What's going on, everybody? How are you doing? Supercomputer, hello, sir. Good to see you in here. Dylan Royal Gaming. Prophet DNA, what's going on, Prophet? Good to see you in here. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Welcome in. Good to have you guys in here tonight. How is everybody doing? Wonderful to see you guys in here on a Saturday evening for our, well, it's I say rainy day astronomy, but you know it's we're still flirting with snow and clouds, so it's I guess it's precipitating day astronomy. How about that? Doing good today. Doing really good. It's like I said, the weather is poo poo, but you know we have a contingency plan. We know what we're going to do. We're going to be trying out some different things tonight. I'm still I am still waiting for Elite Dangerous to download. So that is definitely going to be a little later on in the stream. But it is currently at 80%. It is currently at 80%. So yeah. All right, having a good Saturday. Excellent. Wonderful to hear. You're doing well out there. Yeah, it's been a bit of a busy day. I mean, not too busy. I mean, I got some things done in here. Got some little extra bits and pieces put up. Finally getting some space cleared out over there. I don't know what for at the moment. But yeah, glad to have you guys in here. Wonderful to have you in. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And usually we're taking live images of outer space. However, you know what? It's we're at the mercy of the weather. And that's as much as we can. We'll roll with the punches. And we always have our weekends planned for image processing, and we'll do a little chatting. And tomorrow morning we will return with our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. We'll finish off our Imperial probe droid, which I'm looking forward to finishing. Although I'm looking forward to finishing the probe droid, I'm enjoying this little part of it that is acting like another coaster. Like if things aren't available, I have that as a coaster. So I'm thinking about ordering the parts and just making a whole bunch of these coasters. Now also, my mug is a little different today. It's larger for starters, which is great. You don't want more coffee. But it's one of those free mugs from the Mandarin. Those of you who are maybe not familiar with the Canadian chain, what is a Mandarin? It is the world's largest and greatest Chinese food buffet in North America. Well, Canada probably. But it's been a long time since I've been there. Whenever I do go there, I always make sure that I always eat my fair share of steak and egg rolls. Get the most out of the money there. That is one reason to build Lego. I know, right? Like it's fantastic. It works very well. I don't know if I would put any flat pieces on here or just kind of leave the studs exposed. But you know, it works very well as a coaster, but I'm also happy with my hockey puck coasters. So, you know, it's just one of those things to contemplate what we're gonna do with some extra builds, extra pieces. Now we have our big bucket of bricks, our spare bricks that's growing, and hopefully we'll be able to add to a few more of those tomorrow. I'm always happy to add bricks, into there, but it's always that worry because I chaos build. There's always that, like, am I missing this piece? This is it. We're finally missing a piece, and usually it's maybe if I was building the Infinity Gauntlet when I thought I was genuinely missing a piece. It was just I put the wrong piece on late in the game. Yes, we got the little brick separator. Hello, the little brick separator tree is it's falling apart. I didn't water my tree this weekend. I did find another brick separator the other day, so that's been added on there. I felt a little let down when we did our scout trooper. It didn't come with a brick separator. I feel like I figured it was not special enough to be able to have a brick separator. I don't know. Now, Mrs. Canuck was kind enough to make me a coffee before the stream started, as I feverishly prepared dinner. Really, I threw some chicken wings in the oven, but still, I appreciate that she made the coffee. And yeah, straying away from our usual Tim Hortons mugs. So we got now we have the Mandarin, and I'm thinking I want Chinese food. I don't care that I just ate a bunch of chicken wings. I want some Chinese food now. Now you think about it, you don't think any of the busts you've done has had one. I mean, I've done one. I've done one Lego bust. Excuse me? Samsung? Hello, Samsung. How are you? Thank you so much for 11. Holy potatoes, 11 months. My goodness. Oh, my goodness. Well, Samsung, thank you. Thank you very much for the 11 months. My goodness, is it almost one full rotation around the sun? Appreciate that. On to the spike of appreciation for you, the pillar of happiness, the rod of love. Well, yeah. How have you been doing tonight? How is your weekend going? Glad to have you in here. So yeah, it's interesting that do certain sets just not necessitate having a brick separator? Because there are some little bricks in that set that if you fuse those ones together, that was it. You don't have a brick separator, you're pooched. Hello, little cute girl. How are you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Smaller set, you guys didn't come with one. I guess, is that like is there a threshold? Does it need to be like X amount of pieces? X amount of pieces? You doing good? Excellent. Wonderful. I have had 2 notifications that your contest winning item has been shipped out. So at some point, those will arrive. I threw in a little something extra in there, and it seems that Stream Elements likes to send things all willy-nilly, not all at once. So you just follow the directions. Yeah, imagine following the directions. I think so far my biggest blunder was having to take apart almost the whole outer fairing of the Saturn V rocket. Been good, relaxing weekend. Bought a new telescope. Is that why I have clouds? Was it such a telescope that it has enveloped all of Canada? Oh yeah, no, my pleasure. I was in the back of my mind. I'm thinking, let's do someone in science, the Knowledge Fellowship, and it's fantastic that Freckled Science is doing her 24-hour stream. She's still going too. I don't know how long she's still in it for. Yeah, I figured a little something extra in there. You know, it's just it was the experimental giveaway, so I do appreciate if things were a little wonky or whatever, but why not? We'll throw a little something in there. But I will I'll see about doing another giveaway at some point. We'll try to organize something, but yeah, we'll see how this all kind of like finalizes and see how that goes. Because I know for like one of the good things, the only logistically easy thing for Streamlabs was part of their for part of what the you could do a giveaway and then just send someone the link, and they would put in their info, and it would be shipped off there. Are you thinking of doing a giveaway too, but trying to work out stuff? It was, yeah, I was really trying to figure out the logistics of it afterward, because it just involves the winners giving me their address, and I don't know how comfortable people would be with that. So I figured if it was going to be, I guess that kind of disclaimer to be put out there. I seem to have had a bug bite on my hand, and now it is taking up a little bit of my brain power. It's itchy. That's another thing. There are all sorts of weird little bugs we're discovering here out in the country. You figure that it's winter and they're going to well, they're just gonna bugger off. But no, there are some weird little bugs that like to still hide out in the house. The cats have discovered that there is a certain kind of stink bug or some kind of bitter beetle or something that sprays with a little bit of a chemical, and they don't like the taste of that. All right, Samsung, you sent a link to your scope. Which one did you get there? Ooh, ooh, hello. Hello. Very nice. 80mm f6 triplet APO will take your wide field imaging game to new levels. Ooh, very nice. Excellent. What's the time frame to get that? When are you gonna be sharing all the loveliness from that scope? That's a nice compact 80mm too. That's nice. Very nice. Yeah, looking forward to seeing what you get with that. Very cool. All right, look at this thing. Can we see this? Can we see the? We can't even see the bump. It's like I'm making this stuff up now. It's annoying. Oh, it's in your possession already. In your, oh my goodness. That's tremendous. That is fantastic. Was it, did you buy like the last one? Did you get the last one on there? That's why it's all on back order. Now I'm really torn between another refractor or Erasa. Now I get what we're doing here. Erasa would probably be, is probably the way to go. I would hazard to say. In your possession, and you got serial number 2. Oh, super limited edition, right? Early production line. Fresh. It's cool. Now, one of the main points, when you go to a Chinese food buffet, because it's a buffet, you don't need to pile your plate, and yet that is the standard of what we all do when we go to the Mandarin. It's as if there is not going to be any other food when you go back, but you can just like lazily eat. But no, it's pile all the egg rolls, get all the noodles, get everything on your plate with the Chinese food, and then hours later, remember how much you regretted eating all that Chinese food, and then thinking, yeah, I could go for some more egg rolls. I could go for a few more egg rolls. That'd be delicious. It'd be wonderful. All right, I'm also half expecting this microphone to like drop off midway through. The stand isn't doing what it's supposed to. So yes, like I said, I'm going to be trying out Elite Dangerous tonight after, on the recommendation of many people in the stream who have touted the wonders of it. But we're still waiting for that to finish downloading. We're at 84%. And we're downloading at 3 megabytes per second. No, 3.6. Sometimes 4 megabytes per second. And there is 9 gigabytes to go. So there is time to be working on an image. Time to be hanging out with you guys and spending some time chatting about how the weekend's going and just what is in store for some astrophotography, because a nice fresh new refractor is always cool. And I was really hoping that we were going to get some clear skies. Like last night, how I said there was supposed to be that surprise hour of clear sky, and that did not happen. In no way, shape, or form did we get any type of decent weather. In fact, this is what we're looking at right now. More snow. Small amounts of snow. And like I was saying, like tomorrow night, I'm still going to keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on the weather. If it will see it's already started to go green a bit. Last night it was all orange. So hopefully, if the weather is going to hold up, because we're still bookended by some snow. Like it's not like it's going to be clear, or there's no precipitation, and then we're going to be able to get something out there. Yeah, it's just depending on how the weather's gonna play out. But I think the in terms of a telescope, and for the fact of if we have like maybe a couple hours of imaging time available, I guess I would be looking at an 8-inch Rasa. I think that's going to work out well. So we'll kind of start working toward that goal of a telescope for the new year. And for those who may not be familiar, what is going on about this Rasa? What's a Rasa? It's a Rowe Ackerman Schmidt astrograph. And it is this kind of scope where the camera actually attaches to the front. So there's absolutely no way to do any visual observation with this. It is purely for astrophotography. And because of its design, the way how this whole telescope is designed, that the speed of it, the efficiency of which it collects light and gathers light and will process it, it's an f2. It's an f2.4. You can see that's the way how the camera sits on the front there. So there's always going to be a wire going in front of the objective. However, it is, if you get like the right kind of wire in the good and nice orientation, have like as minimal of the wire poking out as possible, then it's really not going to be that noticeable on the telescope. But something like this is able to, some of the images that we've shown, like this was like an hour. Actually, this wasn't like an hour. This was an hour's worth of images stacked up. But with the Rasa, we could be getting something like this in minutes, just with the speed and efficiency and the size of the telescope lens itself. You don't like Rasas because you can't really automate multiple narrowband. You're leaning more towards the hyperstar, like Quiv showed off on his C6 hyperstar f2 also. See, also it's I was thinking about something like a of the larger scopes that you could throw a hyperstar on there, and it's just the amount of time that it would be taking to kind of save all that up. You guys know I'm impatient in some things, and we want to get some images out as quickly as possible and actually be able to do more imaging. Now it's why I haven't really put more time and effort into a gigantic fan or something else to eradicate clouds in my area. It's just a part of what I am going to put more time into, I guess. But something like, with the Elephant Trunk Nebula, I was very impressed with how much information we got out of this with the scope, and just how detailed. Because this is a dim target, so again, it's if we're having a larger objective, getting a little better resolution. I think the focal length is a little longer than what we're shooting at right now. So this part here, this is kind of like where the Elephant's Trunk Nebula lies within this whole nebulous patch in Cepheus. Cepheus? We want the... Yes. Try make sure I get my constellations right. But that's the area for this target, and it is a wonderful. It's fantastic to get some wide angle views, some wide field of views on this, and it's also really amazing when people will get some deep sky shots of the of the trunk area. But that's about it. That's around like maybe 40-45 minutes on this target. And we're using the ASI Air Plus, which allows us to live stack the images. So we're not just taking a single exposure. Well, we are taking single exposures, but we're doing multiple exposures and letting them build up. So we're getting that signal coming through, and it's not going to be highly impacted by any guiding errors, or if there's like a satellite running through the image, it's not going to be as bright. So just being able to get these images. And if we're using a scope that is going to be a lot more efficient and a much larger objective than what we're using right now, then I think it's the aperture is king when you are shooting for astrophotography. You want to get as much light gathered with that scope as possible, and really in the shortest amount of time, really. So you're not. Some people might want to do longer exposures, like when we were doing our single shots. We're at the mercy of any guiding errors, or if there's kind of clouds rolling through, it'll muck up the guide star. So it's just a matter of being able to efficiently capture these images. Almost knocked over my coffee. That would have been bad. That would have been bad for multiple reasons. It would have been all over the desk. Also, here's another thing. I measured out the desk mat that is available on our merch store, and my hands go way out of frame. It's huge. I didn't realize how big this thing actually was. So it will encompass the entirety of this desk surface. So I'm wondering, I don't know what we would, like, it would be nice, we get rid of the hard surface here, but I'm wondering if I can have it elsewhere to kind of pad things out a bit. But I'm excited for this desk mat. But yeah, this is the one I'm talking about for the desk mat. It's 18 by 36 inches. That's almost a meter in length. And I didn't realize how large this thing actually was. So I think right now for $30 or $22 if you are a subscriber to the channel, I think that's not a bad deal on those. Like I said, I'm going to be getting one or two. I'm going to be getting one or two of those myself anyway, just because. Well, there's a few other designs that are going to be on here that aren't exactly official Astro Canuck items. It's just because I have ideas for shirts that I want to have, and this is going to be a way for me to just get them. I will design them myself, and I will have my t-shirts that I want, as opposed to kind of looking around. Not that I don't want to support other people who are designing things and have like their own Etsy account or their own Redbubble and things like that, but there are specific ideas that I have that I haven't really seen anybody do. So we'll have like some super limited edition shirts that are going to be going up at some point, probably in the next couple of weeks. We'll get that going there. But another thing I was looking at doing tonight that is reprocess, or not so much a complete reprocess, but just want to check out the Cygnus Wall that we had processed a few weeks ago on stream. But the problem was that there's some large vignetting in here. So you see, it's like, whereas outside is going to be a little dimmer than the inside. That can be fixed by taking flats, where you're taking a picture of a flat white surface, and you can see all the little dust motes that are in the telescope, and you can see if there is any kind of vignetting from the imaging train that might be impacting on the image. And just being able to clean some things up. We don't often shoot these targets, or sorry, these subframes. because largely I've been just kind of shooting single image targets, and then we'll look at them on stream. And the odd time when there's been the time available, I would be taking some longer exposures or some longer imaging sessions to try to get some more detail out of these targets. So something like this definitely deserved to have more of the subframes taken. Unfortunately, I could take some other flat frames and darks, but it's just not going to look the same because all the orientation of everything is going to be different. So if it's trying to subtract a dust mote that's up in this corner, but now because I've moved the filter, it's down in this corner, then you're not going to get a nicely with all the bad stuff won't be nicely subtracted from the main image. So we're just we're dealing with what we have on this one. But yeah, I hope everybody's been having a good weekend. Like I said, tomorrow morning we're back for our lazy Sunday Lego stream. But for now, do a little bit of image processing. Start this off a little earlier in the night because that kind of gives me a bit more time to kill before we actually have Elite Dangerous downloaded. We're at 88%. So hopefully in the next hour, we'll have that sorted out. Now there's a lot of hockey on tonight. However, the Leafs aren't playing until tomorrow, so I'm not going to be distracted by any possible scores or making sure that I've made my hockey picks correct tonight. Hopefully. You haven't played Elite Dangerous in years. Still good. I have never played it at all. I've never played it at all. So, at the recommendation of a whole bunch of people, I purchased the whatever version was on sale on Steam, and yeah, we're gonna give it a go. Hopefully, it is something that we're gonna like playing on here. Like I said, I've never played it before. People have great things to say about it, so we'll. Yes, I know. It's one of those. It's been so long since I've dedicated a lot of time to gaming as well, so I figure something like this is like it. It is right up the alley, and everybody says it looks like it's an amazing looking game. So we'll give it a go. And here's pretty. I've heard that as well, and watching some of the video on it when you're traveling around around the planets, other star systems. It seems like it is a very good purchase. So I think we'll have a bit of fun with that. Now, what I'm going to do on this one, because I know I actually got to crop this in a lot more than we usually do. Because there is some data in this image that is, because I shot it over multiple nights, so the camera isn't going to, pardon me, focus on the exact same spot. Because there was sometimes I did move the camera around a little bit to get a better image, but we will we'll have actually I have a rough idea of actually where all this vignetting is taking place. So if I do this and start it off as early as possible, can we possibly eliminate a tiny bit? Sometimes when I'm editing the images, I'm not too sure until we kind of get a little farther into the processing where we're going to have some issues. But let's do this. Like I say, we start off early, get all that background nice and even, You can't see it yet. Can't see it yet, but there's a great deal of detail to be brought out in this image. And I am happy with how those stars look. And I don't even think, even if we look at the individual channels, we're not going to see a great deal of detail. But here's another thing. You can see how we have that little cyan kind of glow around the stars. You can see if we just look at the red channel versus the green channel, the stars are a little more bloated in here. And there's ways that we can fix the bloating of the stars. But then it's just a matter of making sure that everybody kind of comes down to the same brightness in the red. Or we just bloat all the red stars. But we'll check the levels on here, and everything seems to... Actually, it seems to have kind of aligned a lot of the color in there. Death warmed over. What's going on, Death? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. How are things? All right, we will change our mode to 16-bit. And now we have all of our regular imaging options ready to go. Yeah, how are you? Good to see you. Hope your weekend's going all right. Hopefully your weather is treating you okay. I think right now we're not too bad for snow, although I haven't actually checked what the weather is like. I don't see any issues with any possible snow squalls this weekend, but you know, if we don't have to shovel or plow the driveway tomorrow morning, then that's all good. I'm happy with that. $183 MC Pro sold. How'd that go? Easy transaction there, Third Rock. Doing great. Got all your Saturday objectives done. Had a nice brisk walk in the light snow. Not too cold. Yeah, it wasn't too cold today. I was outside for a while and pretty much just out in a t-shirt. Talks at the dirty 4-letter word snow. Snow MG, am I right? This is the most snow that I've seen in like 10 years. So it was a little crazy. Sold on cloudy nights, less than 24 hours. I would imagine with low stock, a lot of ZWO cameras are going to go pretty quick. But that's good. That's good that you got it. You figure, was it a fair? Do you feel you got a fair deal on that? What your 20s? Oh, because you're going for a mono camera, aren't you? Or was the 2600 already a mono cam? You wanted a different brand, didn't you? Because you're fed up with the 2600. So we were looking at cameras yesterday for what ZWO has on sale, but it's not an attractive enough price for the budget there. You lost money, but the 183 new is now $799. You sold it for $600. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's the one-shot color, okay. And you want to get the mono camera, or a mono camera. I hit Control L within OBS, and I don't think it did anything. Hopefully it didn't do anything. Paid almost $1,000 for the 183 back in October 2019. Ooh. So the price actually had gone down since then? Actually, one thing I want to do on here, let's do an adjustment layer. and just really stretch this one because I just want to see if I can see where the... No, there's other areas that still got to crop in here. Once the 533 came out, the cost of the 183 dropped. I see. Funny enough, the 183 was never really on my radar. To be fair, I was always thinking the 294 almost the entire time. And then once I saw the 533 come out, it was basically just down to those two cameras. All right, so there is some cropping that I have to do. I know I have to do cropping on this, and it bugs me to do cropping on an image most times because there's a lot of nice detail that we sometimes tend to lose. So I'll maintain that square aspect ratio. We'll cut off a couple stars. We'll bring it in to what I believe, because just past that star, I think everything else was good with the... In fact, I could probably even do that, bring it over a little more. 183 has 2.4 micropixels, something people are after. You heard Trevor is the reason that camera is so popular. There have been some incredible reviews and images that he had done with the 183, and it works because it is a smaller sensor. It works well with like the 72 ED. I know people were recommending that I did go for the 183 with the refractor that I'm using, but it was, again, the amp glow. That was the biggest deciding factor with 533. On the C6, it was beautiful. Or the C8. All right, we'll crop that. We will ditch that layer. Start bringing out some detail on here. Now I ran Gradient Exterminator pretty much right away on here, so we'll see how well I did with evening out the background. But there's we got rid of that small little line on the histogram, which is kind of giving that little patch, those other little dark patches with some light in there. But now we have all this to... We had all that to play with and bring that right up there, essentially. No, that's not what I wanted. I sent the amazing work of the C8 and the 183 on Discord for later. Oh, we can check that out now. I mean, there's plenty of time to kill. I'm still waiting for... We're at 92%. 92% for Elite Dangerous. And we got that available. So here is like the one time when I'm really noticing the limitations of our internet connection. Downloading a 63 gigabyte game has taken like 3 hours. So let's have a look over on Discord. Oh, is it going to want me to log in? There we go. Let's go over to that version there. I just want to go mono now. You feel like you're at a stalemate with it, with one-shot color. And I think that seems like you have taken quite the progression on which cameras people are using and where you go. And eventually, a lot of people say, "Oh, just start off mono." But it is that going mono seems to be just such a huge investment. And I know a lot of people are intimidated by using a mono camera. So, I don't blame them. I would like to go mono. I would like to get a monochrome camera. However, what we're doing here, down the line, yeah, definitely we'll get a monochrome camera. But for what we're doing on the stream and showing you guys color images, then it's expensive to start, but it's not. But you're kind of building up your library of filters already with the one-shot color. So it's kind of, you have maybe some interesting luminance filters available, so that when you do buy some of the other filters, that you're going to have, you already got a bit of a catalog available. But if you want to go mono right away, if you have that feeling and that is what is going to bring you, your joy, then it's what you want to. If you're not going to be regretting that purchase, I know for everything that I have right now, even if I bought it like right at the beginning, I would know that I would be happy with it. Stugosaurus, what's going on, Stugosaurus? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. The 2-inch filters would be going to. Is it? You just want to get to the narrowband imaging. You'd be going to 36mm filters on the 268M, because 2-inch filters are for people who have money to waste. Fair enough. I figured for all the cameras I'm probably going to be investing in, I think for me, 2-inch filters those are going to be fine for what we're going to be doing. Panic81, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you here with us. That's just also you just said it's 2 hours of imaging. That's fantastic for 2 hours on the Whirlpool Galaxy. That's tremendous. Now I gotta go back. I think I need to see how much time we actually had on this target, because I want to say it was like 18 hours. I have to go back in Deep Sky Stacker, because I have a terrible filing system where I don't mention the time on there. It is just still the autosave. 2-inch 3 to 5 nanometer HA03 S2 are like $1,100 a piece. That's true. Panic81, how's it going? It's going fantastic. I'm the only real astronomy channel you could find. There are other astronomers out there. There are other astronomy channels other than myself. However, maybe they might not be on at the moment. Panic81. You see you're being bookended by Third Rock Astronomy? I want to go drop Third Rock Astronomy to follow as well, because he does some fantastic imaging. And unless we all have cloudy skies, there's probably going to be one of us that's going to be streaming some imaging. But yeah, glad you found it out here. Yeah, that's it. I got snow, I got clouds, I have just the worst weather at the moment right now. It's unreliable. But it's dark. We got some super dark skies, and we do get some pretty decent images that come through on the stream. However, tonight we're doing a little bit of image processing, and once Elite Dangerous downloads, we'll jump into that a little later for the very first time. But usually when you do take long exposures for astrophotography, you kind of start off with something that looks like this. And then eventually you kind of start building out, get some more details. Clear skies all around for you. All right, everybody over to Panic's place. Let's head over there, grab your scopes. We're going to do some imaging over with you, if that's all right. We're a friendly bunch. We're a friendly bunch of astronomers that's happy to just get some clear skies. If you're planning to camp, you have a small yard. That's okay. We'll huddle together. We'll keep warm. It'll be fun. It'll be great. Elite Dangerous is a steep learning curve, and you gave up on it for now. Well, I'm gonna give it a go. We'll see how it plays out. I'm interested to try it out there, and even just for the sake of kind of tooting around the galaxy, really. Sounds good then. Perfect. Wonderful. We'll all meet up. We'll grab your gear, get some coffee, get some hot chocolate, whatever you want to do. And we'll be there in like 45 minutes, if that's all right. But glad to have you in here. So I wanted to go back and reprocess this area of the Cygnus Wall. We can already see a little bit of detail starting to come through. But I didn't do any flats. I didn't take my flats on here, so there's a fair deal of vignetting, and I'm hoping that we can get the little bit of an even background on here. The Tolkien Otaku. Howdy, 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 howdy. Welcome. How are you doing tonight? Wonderful to see you in here. Oh, where's my internet gone? Where's my internet gone? Hello, internet? Okay, we're back. All right, a little bit of buffering. Doing good, wonderful. Glad to have you in here tonight. We're doing a little bit of, a lot of chatting about astronomy, astrophotography, and that's what we like to do here on this channel. We are just doing. I always say I'm doing like a quick reprocess, and then it ends up taking forever. But it is just a way. I just want to see if I can get a little better. Let's see if I have the. Right. So this is what we had worked on. This is overall. I'm not happy with how this. I'm happy with how the data looks, but this isn't what I want to see. I need some better color tones in here, and I'll hopefully eliminate this vignetting. So that's what we're doing with this. Is we're doing a little bit of a reprocess on that, and really just seeing if doing the program called Grade Exterminator, getting that enacted earlier on, that we're not amplifying any of the mess, any of the noise that kind of comes in with certain images sometimes. So it is just a matter of trying to pull out as much detail as possible without ruh-roh. There we go. Without really ruining things, really. Tadpole Astro, what's going on? How are you? You ever tried using Cyril for the color calibration, background neutralization, other pre-processing before you take things into Photoshop? I have not done anything like that since I had the 45-day free trial of PixInsight. And I gotta say, using the tools in PixInsight, way better than Photoshop. Way better than using all the tools in Photoshop. But I've been, not that I'm stuck in my ways in any way, shape, or form, but I mean that familiarity with Photoshop is probably what might even be holding me back from doing some processing with PixInsight. So it seems I could probably using something like the proper color calibration. Also, I haven't taken flats. There aren't any darks. There aren't any bias frames on this one. This is just hours of images taken with the ASI 533 and kind of haphazardly stacked things up and just seeing how much detail we have in here. I think I would probably want to go back into, like I was saying last night, that I wanted to reprocess like the entire image in Deep Sky Stacker, or at least restack it, sorry, and then come back into Photoshop. But Well, I started downloading Elite Dangerous, and that's kind of taken up a lot of the process. That's taken up everything in the computer, so we'll kind of work with what we have and see if it was indeed a little bit of that pre-processing that could have saved the image a little bit there. Because I'm already liking how some of the tones are coming through already. But we'll see. Welsh boy, hello. How you doing? Saw you in here a little earlier. Wonderful to have you in. How are things tonight? Good to have you in here. For those who may be new to the channel, I appreciate you guys coming on in. We are doing a little image processing tonight, as we usually do on our rainy day astronomy sessions. Kind of starting things off a little early with the processing. But other than that, we're happy to have you in. Talking about astronomy, astrophotography, and really a lot of everything else that pops up. You've been better, sore lower back, and been wiped out by a COVID booster. So it's all fun and games. Well, also, how'd that 24-hour gaming go? How did that racing go for you? Where you said you guys placed 29th, I believe. That must have been fun, but also 22nd. Okay. Also very nice on the booster. I am in the process of getting all my paperwork sorted out to get a booster done. You beat some pro esport teams. Excellent. Excellent. What? Oh, that one should do this. That one should do this. So now you can click on your screen. You end up raising 42,000 pounds for mine. That is incredible. That is a fantastic goal. So yes, for those of you who are on a PC, if you are clicking on your screen, you can kind of point out if there's questions about an image or what we're looking at. You know, we can zoom in closer on some areas. And oh, it's not Friday.
Every star will die, including our own sun, and eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. The TGIF, am I right?
Okay, you caught me out on that one. Now, if there was only a way I could actually I could turn things off and on based on the day of the week, I wonder, there's got to be something that Streamer Bot does that I can do that. There you go. I'm gonna turn that off. You get the only TGIF on a Saturday. You look for things like that. It's all we're in a constant beta test, am I right? There we go. You got the only TGIF today. Hacking the system.
Because why not?
Thank you very much for the 10 bits. Thank you. Now, it's also good to know that that Stream Elements is working again. Last night, there were some things that just weren't doing it. Why not? Hello, how are you? You say their name, and here they are. Bits, it is 50 bits and up is when there's a printout there. I figure at least the 50 cents kind of offsets all the price there. But the whole 50 millimeter filter thing, the whole reason everyone says get the big boys is so you don't have to buy another set. So if you go full frame, for you, if you ever go full frame, it'll be on its own dedicated CDK or IDK and used for science. All the science. So I figure by that time, if things are going scientific, then that is like a whole other kettle of fish that I would look at later down the line. But no, if that's what you want to do to future-proof things, that's fantastic. I kind of thought about certain items that I've purchased have been in mind of trying to future-proof as much as possible, or at least reducing how many times it's bought again or an upgrade is being made. But I think that's still good to go with the with some of the larger filters if need be. But I think for everything we've kind of been shooting with, I think for over on this end, 2-inch filters are gonna do the job. Now, last night we were looking at the filter wheels and trying to decide, is it go with a 5 or a 7 position filter wheel? And then I'm just wondering, if we're doing a filter wheel, then is it essentially, do we need to get the you say 7? See, I was kind of thinking 5, because for the most part, if I'm going to a monochrome camera, then that's like its own setup altogether. Like that gets its own dedicated peer and computer and everything like that. So I'm thinking with something like this, if we're kind of doing our L Pro, our tri-band filter, or an HA filter, or just a UV IR cut filter, that's 4. And then, then something else. Maybe like an aggressive duo band. Like we'll even get the L Ultimate, or the Lultimate. That's true. That was another thing that Caleb had mentioned. To just avoid opening it up all the time there. Deadly Fork, hello! Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you tonight. Wonderful to have you in here. So doing a little image processing. Seeing if I'm... Like I said, I'm liking how this is looking. I'm liking how this is starting to turn out. Oh. But then look how wide that's getting. Now I can already see possible vignetting on here. So there was we had done this process before. I would say possibly, well, this had to have been this was definitely in the old place. So we're going back maybe a couple of months now for the process. So we got to this point with the data. But I want to see if we can keep it a little more true to color. You have a question? Go for it. Go for it. What do you got? Always up for some questions. You can't count the times you cleaned your filters every time you swapped. That's the reason you did long runs for each filter before switching. That's true. I'm always nervous changing out the filter. Just, is there going to be like a new little bit of dust, or am I going to create more dust by actually moving things around there? Why do you stack exposures and not just do a super long exposure? It is better. Well, it's if you do like a super long exposure and there is a little bit of an error in your guiding, or like say even like an airplane flies through, then for the most part, that image, you're probably going to throw that away, depending on how bad the errors are, or just how. Let's see, I'm trying to find show an example of a long exposure that kind of fell. There's something like this with the Pac-Man Nebula. This is only a 10-minute exposure. You can see the stars are long. There was a little bit of an error in the guiding, so it started to drift a little too much before it corrected. Plus, you get a lot of this noise in the image. Whereas when you take several images, you maintain nice round stars, but then the noise doesn't come through. Right, you need to crash. Have a great stream. Thank you very much, Welsh Boy. Appreciate you popping in. Have a good evening. Hopefully you have a nice, thorough, and speedy recovery from the jab. But yeah, we'll look forward to seeing you again soon. Have a good rest. T-Bones, what's going on? How are you? The star is very long for multiple days and hours. It is, like I said, for this one, this is about 45 minutes, and they were 3-minute exposures. So the guiding worked out very well. But other times previously, for a lot of the images that we would take on stream, we were doing long exposures and risking any kind of movement, any kind of disruption in the guiding. Some nights guiding worked great. Some nights everything worked really, really well, and we're happy with that. But at the times when things weren't working out properly, it was annoying. But now we started doing live stacking of our targets, and even some of the ones that are a little dimmer, we're getting nice round stars. And we're still getting a lot of the signal that we wanted to show you guys, a lot of the hydrogen alpha, the reds that we're seeing in these images. And with this one, we're just starting to get a little bit of that O3, that doubly ionized oxygen within the Bat and Squid Nebula, where this part is, well, it broadly resembles a squid when you put more time into it. These were only 3-minute exposures that we're stacking, so it's still not enough integration time to get that signal coming through. Yeah, hopefully if any further clarification that you want, we're happy to talk about that. Of which Third Rock is also illustrating as well, because there's so many other factors that can come into astrophotography. Where do I have we have an image where the International Space Station blasted through. And that's this one here. So if you're taking a long astro image, and that happens, then basically there's very little chance that you're going to recover from that one. That it's going to be a noticeable error in there. Do the stars ever make you feel a certain type of way? Good question. The distance to so many of these stars, the fact that they are thousands of light years away, hundreds of light years away, even 4 light years away if we were to look at Proxima Centauri. The fact is that we could never reach them in a single human lifetime. It's these small little existential crises that occur while doing astrophotography. Happens fairly regularly, especially when I'm outside just observing, just looking up at the stars, or looking out into interstellar space. It's that weird feeling of, this is as far as we can go right now. We are looking back in time at all these stars, but we're experiencing all of this in real time, but everything else out there is in the past. Although technically, if you want to get really technical, everything that we're seeing is in the past. Yes, this was when the International Space Station had gone through the image. Also, this was the time when we thought that there was a Starlink train that had gone through. So we did immediately, we blamed Elon early on for this one. So yeah, this was the See, we thought it was a big Starlink train, but then it started looking like a lightsaber, and then a lot of the motion matched up too well. Actually, it was Tim, Astro Addict, who had a transit of the International Space Station through their through one of his photos as well, and he said this looks exactly like it. I went back into Stellarium, and this is the Stellarium, this program here, and checked that out, and yeah, it was the International Space Station I went through. Something else, how does multiple pictures at the same exposure give you clearer pictures? Wouldn't it just be the same amount of light coming each time? No, because when you're doing an astro image, if you take a single exposure and then just stack all those up, all those images together, there's nothing new. There's no new data coming through. Because when you're stacking several long exposures, it is that collective amount of light and photons, the photons that have been collecting on the camera, that is allowing you to discern some of the detail in here. If I was to take this image and just stack it up, everything is just it's not going to get the image won't get any better. The image won't get any better because there's no new data being added. The more data you can put into the image, the more detail you can get. So I want to say that this was... Actually, I have an image of the Cygnus Wall. If you go over here for a second. A single exposure on the Cygnus Wall. So there is one single exposure. We're dealing with gradients as well. There was Actually, this was out of a Bortle 8. This was in high light polluted area, so we weren't going to get much better quality of images like that. But you do a little shorter exposures, you can kind of keep down the noise that's going to happen in the with a digital camera. So when you're taking, this was a 10-minute exposure. We're doing 10 minutes on this target, and there isn't a lot of detail that can be discerned out of there because there's only that one frame of reference. So stacking is like doing multiple hour exposures about the movement and noise. Exactly. You take all the best frames, you stack them up together, and you're going to end up with more of the detail. You get to cut out everything out of the camera that you don't want, and you just get to build up everything that you do want. That's that whole signal to noise ratio. And again, getting rid of any star trails, any satellites, and you're just left with that as pure a signal as possible to get those images coming through. You're having a moment like that on your flight tonight. Iopta, hello there. I don't think you've heard of stacking until you saw a lecture by Jack Newton in Bristol. That was a real eye-opener. Well, how are you doing tonight? How was that lecture? Yeah, glad to have you in here. So this is the image that I'm hoping to improve on a tiny bit. Like I am extremely happy with the data that we have here, but it's the vignetting, you know, that I'm not happy with, and that's just because I didn't do my subframes. But I'm trying to attack this early on as possible. But for the for the color camera, I want to say this has to be like more. It's got to be like 10-15 hours. You know, I know nothing of astrophotography. Always ask the questions. You want to know something? We will answer to the best of our ability. Sometimes I feel like I do go haphazard into some of these image processing, but you know what? It's hello? Forgotten astronaut. What's going on? What's going on? How are you doing? Samshung, thank you very much for the shout out. What's going on, Forgotten Astronaut? How are you doing? How are you doing? Standard Average. How's it going? Welcome in. Welcome in. I like that one. I like that. And also, Standard Average, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. How was your stream? Forgotten Astronaut, how were things tonight? Glad to have you in here. Thank you for bringing in the community. It's good. Good. Wonderful. Wonderful. Well, welcome in. Hello, Raiders. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Tonight, while we're doing a little bit of image processing, trying to work out some better details. See if we can improve on our image any little bit. Love the channel. Thank you. I appreciate you bringing the community in here, choosing me to raid, even though we have some really crummy weather tonight. Actually, it's not so much that it's crummy, it's just that we don't have the lack of clouds. We have all the clouds. So we will do a little, like I said, do some image processing. And also, probably we're going to delve into a little bit of Elite Dangerous tonight because, at the request of many people, have I considered getting the trial for PixInsight yet? No. I think next time I have PixInsight on my computer, I'm just going to buy it. Just going to buy the program. And Iopta, welcome into the observatory. Thank you very much for the follow. Yes, we do take live images of outer space when we do have clear skies. Now we're just kind of illustrating a bit of the examples of a single astro image, a single photo of the Cygnus Wall versus the look of an image when you spend multiple hours on the target. You get all that wonderful info. Is that Infinity Gauntlet at the back? It sure is. One of my favorite builds. And actually, I never want to change the orientation of this because when it comes around this way, there's like a little bit of a twinkle. A little bit of a twinkle there. So I can never change the orientation of the gauntlet now. It's working too well. How you doing, Spaceberry? How are you? Are you trying to stay free just using DSS, Serial, and GIMP? That's hard though. It's yeah, I want to try to keep things as accessible as possible. However, I did a 45-day free trial of PixInsight, and I was very impressed with the results that came through, especially with the color balance for my Rosette Nebula. Like, I got some weird color pattern before. And a very weird color pattern, and it was like a kind of like a rusty brown and beige. Where is it? Right. There were these colors that I got. Not the correct colors that you would see coming through the camera, but I ran with it. I said, okay, fine, let's see where it goes. But I ran it through PixInsight and just got the proper color calibration. And I mean, like that right there was what had sold me on PixInsight. But in the time between when I finished that 45-day free trial and then when I was going to purchase it again, I was like, I don't remember a darn thing about the program. Doing very well. Had snowfall for the first time this year today here in Zurich. A heavy snowfall or just like a nice snowfall? How do you guys deal with snow? Because I know when I lived in the UK, when there was any snow, like everything ground to a halt. Nobody went anywhere. Trains stopped. Parked cars would just randomly flip over. It was chaos whenever there was snow. But now we've had 25 centimeters of snow, and now it's pretty much all gone. There's like a little bit of a dusting. We might be getting some more snow in the next few days, but I don't think anything crazy like we've had in the past couple of days. It was a nice snowfall. Didn't last for too long, but snowflakes were huge. I always love it when you get those nice, big, fluffy snowflakes. And then it's also not as cold. It's not like you don't get like extreme freezing temperatures when you have those big, fluffy snowflakes. Everything's nice and quiet. And then the snow starts to melt, and then all the rocks start showing up in the dirt, and the dog poo starts coming out again. And it's like, well, that was nice while it lasted. In the United Kingdom, I used to live in the town of Colchester. I used to live out in Essex, in the eastern, close to the eastern seaboard of the UK. Yeah, it's always nice when it's like that, like everything kind of like melts away. You're just listening to the snowfall, and there's that brief moment where it's just nice and calm and peaceful. And then you go back inside and your phone starts going off and all the emails start coming in, and then there's no more privacy. Now I gotta say, where we've moved to now, we're in the Grey Bruce County area in southwestern Ontario. We have very little light pollution, but they had warned us. Now we were coming from the city. They warned us that they measure in feet for the winter months, not inches. You have a friend from Colchester. Is it me? Am I your new friend from Colchester? No, we spent. You went back there to live. I lived in the UK for 10 years, and we had thought, kind of near that 10-year time, it was time to come back. It was time to come back to family, and just kind of lives are changing, dynamics have changed a bit. So, it was nice to kind of come back to Canada, and not only for Tim Hortons coffee, but just for the closeness of family, and just being able to get eggnog when we wanted to during the winter months. You were too in Pixon site. Is the only software you paid for other than $12 a year for SharpCap Pro, which you might stop using and just use Nina's polar alignment plugin. So that's another thing I want to try out is getting into using Nina for controlling an observatory and controlling other aspects of our imaging. So it's just and I said it before, it may just be the familiarity of Photoshop that I can jump in and start to see details in an image, long before I am comfortable with everything that's going on in Pixon site. It all boils down to Tim Hortons. That's what it comes down to. Actually, this isn't looking too bad. I haven't bought the black rifle coffee. However, I did drink some more of the coffee, the ground coffee. I did brew some more of that today, so we could start getting rid of that, working it down, and then get some of the black rifle coffee. You found a Tim Hortons in Michigan. They're slowly, it's been, Tim Hortons was pushing its way down, and then by the time I left the UK, I think there was about 10 locations spread around the United Kingdom. I did have a Tim Hortons Scotland mug last night. All right, I'm saying I'm getting a little too aggressive on there. I'm gonna pull that back a tiny bit. Just want a fairly even curve. Like I said, just try to tease out some of the details. Otherwise, it just starts getting all out of place. There's some in Buffalo. When I used to work some wrestling shows in Detroit. It was always nice to see a Tim Hortons available. You didn't have to smuggle any coffee across the border. A Pixon site is a buy it once forever. updates, 2 free installs on different computers, and scripts and tools it has. Very powerful. They don't cost extra. That's also another good thing, because how much money I have spent on Adobe products. You know, it's some of that could have gone toward PixInsight, because what we're doing right now, we're bending Photoshop to our will. We're working with what it can do with terrestrial photos, but it doesn't have that much of a benefit for astrophotos. So again, it is trying to tease out those details and try to make something halfway decent. Now, I'm kind of liking how some of the color is coming out here, but this is still looking like too green, a little too ethereal. I want to be able to get some better contrast in the image. Let's have a look at our channels here. The red channel, that's where the magic is right now. That's where all that wonderful information is. You can see the vignetting in here. Like that green channel is really, like the green, they're almost like washed out. Actually, you can see, I should have to crop this in a little more. Gotta crop that in a bit. You're only a year into the hobby, and it's already it already gets expensive. This is true. You also don't like giving Adobe money either, but the workflow and UI of PixInsight just seems very irritating. Now, I did follow a lot of the advice from Sean Nielsen, who's done a great deal of work within PixInsight. And there was another bloke who I watched his video, and I can't remember for the life of me. I can't remember his name, but it was probably about 5 hours worth of video on YouTube that he had broken down into very specific steps, and it was good. But I think it was also, I would watch a 45-minute video, and it would be like 3 hours later finishing the video after kind of going back and forth. Sean, Visible Dark, he's got some awesome, he has some tremendous videos on YouTube. And, you know, he's, what I love most about everything that he does is his advocacy for dark skies and trying to make sure that everybody has dark skies, not only just for astrophotography, but, you know, for nature in general. Uncle Bill, what's going on? How are you? How are you doing tonight? Good to see you. Sky Simo, how are you? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. This is the red channel in our RGB image for the Cygnus Wall. We're just doing a little bit of a reprocess on this one. Try to see if we can get some better details coming through on this one, because I liked the detail that we have in the image, but I wasn't too happy with the overall process of this one that we did a couple of months ago. So I was just trying to do a little bit of a quick work on here to see if we could get some better details. Now, what I might do on this one, because that histogram is getting really wide, and we're gonna start to encounter some issues if I don't start to try to take care of some of this. Kind of liking how that's looking. Like just balancing out the colors a little more there. And I almost fear if I change where I'm plotting along there. Like, see this, as long as the star colors don't go all crazy. I still have white, blue, red stars. And we've lost a little bit, but there still feels like there's that little bit of green. I wonder if that one actually, if picking that would have, ooh, I'm liking that one better. I am liking those color tones, liking that a lot. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm gonna okay that one. But I can still see there's this that vignetting in the middle. So I'd almost probably have to crop this in a little more. And I don't like to do that. I don't like to crop it in so much. If the weather was in garbage, would I still have a view of it? Yes. Yes, I would. I would still be able to get the Cygnus Wall. Vega is still, it's like high in like the southwestern sky. Or the northwestern sky still. There is a way I can remove it. It's going to say by PixInsight. Let's see what we got here. Let's where'd all my color go? Although it hello? Any Button Gaming. What's going on? Holy potatoes, welcome in. Welcome in. Nova Charter, hello. Little cute girl, hello, hello, hello. Hello again. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Everything's we're all good here. Welcome in, Raiders. How's everybody doing tonight? Any Button Gaming, how's it going? Good to see you in here. What were you up to? Mojo Jojo. Hello, sir. How are you? Good to see you in here. Yes, Any Button Gaming. Thank you so much for the raid. Bringing in your community. Wonderful to have you in here. What'd you get up to tonight? What were you doing? What were you doing on stream? Nova Charter, it's going well. It's going well tonight. Doing good. Any Button Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. Glad to have you in here. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. Usually we're taking live images of outer space. However, with our crummy weather, much like how it is now, we're just doing a little image processing tonight. You got to go, but you followed and you shall return. I opted. Thank you very much for joining in. Looking forward to seeing you coming back. And hopefully when we have some clear skies as well, that we can, you know, share more of our galaxy, of our universe with everybody. Crimean, hello there. How are you? Did a little bit of everything, eh? Jack of all trades, yes. Well, glad to have you in here, bringing in the community. Appreciate that. Yeah, wonderful to have you guys in here tonight. We're doing our little bit of image processing on a target that we had shot many times in the past, but I wanted to get as much time on this before we switched scopes and actually kind of switched locations. So yeah, Third Rock, you're saying invert the image, make a range mask of the vignetting and subtract it. Possibly. We'll see how if we can do that one there. Newt's Milk. Actually, I've never done an inverted mask on here before. Even got a little bit pussed. Did some DJing. A lot of the tweak this and that. How'd that go? Newt's Milk? What would a Newt's Milk taste like? Very tangy, maybe? Well, thank you very much for the follow. Glad to have you in the observatory with us today. You don't know Photoshop, but it can be done in PixInsight. And it can also be done in Serial. What is 220 euros Canadian? I guess. See, they're also relying on you to put the tax in there. Like it's asking them to put your own tax. What if people don't know how to properly calculate tax? All right, 220 euros. 220 euros Canadian. Eh. 318 Canadian. $318 plus tax. 318 times Ontario. 360 bucks for Pixon site. All right, keep an eye on that. Audie never heard of the Cygnus Wall before. Is that the along the Newfoundland coast of the North American Nebula? I'll include. I'm going to start to include Pixon site and an 8-inch Rasa into our budgets, into our budget for what we're going to put towards some new equipment here. I think it's time to really ramp things up. We've been doing this for a year now, just over a year. So I think it's suffice to say we should probably upgrade our wide field imaging. We'll start working toward that. So the Cygnus Wall is kind of like that little, it's a little bit of a coveted place within the constellation of Cygnus. Within the North American Nebula. We got the Pelican Nebula in there. But it's this little patch of nebulosity, which is just a super defined area. Kind of like you get a little bit of the cutoff of the Gulf of Mexico. And this would kind of be like Mexico, California way, you know? Is it cost or mount payload for the reason for the 8, not the 11? I'm going to say it's the mount payload. Because I believe the payload for the EQ6R is, what, 50 pounds? And an 11-inch Rasa is sitting at about 45 pounds. So it doesn't leave you a tremendous amount of weight allowance there. Although there are probably some people who may have gotten away with it, kind of pushed that a little bit there. I'm sure there's probably somebody who has... There you go. Cloudy Night says, anyone tried to put a... I mean, looking at the size of the 8-inch scope, I can't imagine, just how much more adding just another 3 inches overall to the diameter, how much larger the whole scope gets. Let's see, not recommending. Just wait for the observatory to get built in Pier Mount 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I believe... I think Econ Greg has an 11-inch Rasa, but he's also using like a CGX. He's using a Celestron CGX mount, so it's a little heftier than what we're using. So it is, that is kind of like moving to like a whole different setup. So right now I'm thinking we're good with the EQ6R Pro. That's doing well, but I think jumping up to an 11-inch Rasa, it not only and also for the price as well. Like what do they have for 11? It's essentially double the price for a little more aperture. Although it does have they have upgraded the 11-inch ones there. The 11-inch with V2, depending on camera you put on, opens up the field of view, for example, like your 2600 on Rasa is stupid wide. It's ridiculously wide. It's fantastic. But yeah, no, would have to go for a much heftier mount. But I feel like you know, like $2,200 is like an attainable goal for next year. Yeah, check out Astronomy tools for those field of views. Also, we can also input the details into Stellarium for a field of view. I think I had at one point I did have a bunch of cameras set up on the old computer. And if you peer, all you need is a mount head. This is true. This is true. I did have a whole bunch of cameras added into Stellarium on the old computer. Like, I went through and meticulously added a whole... Well, while I was looking for a camera to purchase, I put in so many more cameras. And then I didn't save them. And then moving over to this version, that didn't work. I have to do it all over again. So we will we'll get back to that. We'll get back to that. There may be issues with the speed of the Rasa and some of the narrowband filters too. So even more money to spend. This is true as well. I don't know how. I know there are filters that are designed for the Rasa scopes. You found the field of view to be slightly off in Stellarium from Astronomy tools. So they haven't been too bad for me here, but I think unless there's something like that, I would say something specific like the Cygnus Wall that we're going for. There was a very specific field of view, and for the most part, I think everything was bang on for Stellarium, at least where everything was supposed to be. I wouldn't say it was anything too far off that I wouldn't worry about. Right. Okay, mucked that one up. All right, so that is the... Let's copy that one. Step back. Paste that on there. And... see, sometimes playing with the filters. So Rasa's Hyperstar is 5 nanometers. Your limit at f3.5 is pushing it for 3 nanometers. Anything fast, 5 nanometers is perfect. So the 3 nanometer new OPT filter is off limits on the Rasa. I see. Realizing you always visualize North America Nebula sideways, what is the Gulf of Mexico in everyone's art was always Hudson Bay for you. Like, it's one of those, there are very few targets. There are more targets out there that don't seem to make sense than ones that do. And the North American Nebula is one of those targets that makes sense with soul shape. But again, it's this tiny little area of that Cygnus Wall. The Triad Ultra does work, which is 4 nanometers in one band pass, 5 in the other 3. Now, what about the... So would the L Ultimate, would that be at 3 nanometers? That wouldn't work. So that would be off limits as well for the Rasa. Oh, for the bit of band passes there. So what I'm messing around with here is try to get rid of that little bit of the vignetting. What if I use this one as a... Using that as a luminosity doesn't really change anything. But I'm liking how just doing a color dodge with that. Although, actually, look at that. Okay, color dodge is possibly out of the question. The way how the stars just ruins. The stars are ruins. Ruins it. Ruins the stars. Shows the harvests. How does that doesn't change much. So that's also another thing what can sidetrack me from some of the processing on here is just playing through all the filters. I'm going to keep that one in my back pocket for the moment. But if I... excuse me. You're wrong. Run there. Oh, sugar lumps. We don't want to do that. We want to go back one. We want to create a luminance layer here. Bandpass shift is a fight they're trying to overcome on the filters, but the tighter the transmission line you go, the less room you have for the shift in perfecting pre-shifted filters. Narrow bandpass have been troublesome. See, no, that's where I need to understand things a little better as well for those numbers and bandpass shifts, just how much that's playing a factor into what we're imaging and when things aren't going to work out, you know. All right, I'm going to try something a little different with this here. Still doing that little bit of that per channel processing. I think I'm just going to take a little more of that green channel out of here. Drop that down ooh, man, I'm going to drop that down a lot. Just want to include a tiny bit of the green channel in there. All right, I got that saved as well. Okay, let's see. See what we can do here with a little more of a modified luminance layer. That is I'm liking how that one's working. Oh wait, what? Sorry, back to luminosity. This one goes to... See, I had the color dodge was what I liked, but just really blows the stars out. Now, I was kind of hoping that this layer may have added a little bit overall. But I think that's just I think I'm happy with how that luminance layer has worked out, and the stars are happy right now. I think you're watching stuff about the Rasa and the filters, sticking with refractors for now, though. Even though you're Bortle 9, a Rasa would be helpful. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to, okay, maybe a little bit, rub a Bortle 3 in faces at all. But I mean, I'm just I want to go back over to this target again just to see how the RC reacts, or how it acts, sorry, in a Bortle 3 zone. Because it's the way how the images have come through on the 72 millimeter scope. It's pretty interesting with how much detail we're able to get in a shorter amount of time now. See, also thinking, you see, usually this is like 100% luminosity on here, but usually I kind of back it off a little bit. But I'm going to leave this one as a full luminosity layer and kind of work, continue on the image from there. Now, also, I don't know how I actually didn't even check how well the star reduction works on here with diffraction spikes. So I'm going to run the make stars smaller a couple times, and we'll see if we can have a noticeable difference on there. Unless everything is going to take forever, because this is a large image as well. It's funny how I found like having to make stars smaller like 2-3 times before I really see some changes there. I really think I have to go. I do want to go after this target again for sure. I want to go after the Cygnus Wall and get some RGB imaging on there. Get some broadband to try to really help with star colors as well. All right, let's take a look at how the stars have gone from there. Not too bad. I want to keep an eye on this one here. How does that actually look? It's not too bad. All right, everything seems to be. See, I have this reference here before I did the making the stars smaller. I kind of want to run this. How many more times can I run make stars smaller before we really start getting some issues? I'm gonna run one more time. Let's do it. Let's run it. What is it? Five times now? I probably want to build in one more luminosity layer off of that one. No, you're saying no, because now the reason you say no is because you're still learning. The faster the optics get, the more unforgiving and more money you spend. Special autofocuser filters. You went fast optics in your first year. You don't regret it. It made you learn a lot real fast with temperature shifts. Is how precisely to collimate the scope. You can't do 300-second exposures on near bright stars. You're in Bortle 6. It rains a lot there, so if you do get a Rasa, do mono and SHO. It's always it feels like there's going to be that kind of that good scope and camera and filter combination for everybody's going to have that different, the different conditions that are going to work out well for them. So, which is why when somebody is asking, if somebody's is brand new to astrophotography, kind of like what's the best scope, and there is absolutely no answer. There is no true answer for that, which can be I guess almost a little frustrating when people are starting out, because you want to figure that you're going to get exactly what is going to work for you, but you don't know what it's going to be until you try it, and sometimes that does end up costing a bit of money. Not recommending fast optics for beginners; they're so unforgiving. See, that's also another thing is you're mentioning this, and I'm also thinking it's like I don't also want to have to deal even with the collimating the RC scope. I haven't imaged. Well, when I imaged, it went overseas. It traveled across the Atlantic Ocean, and everything still looks as the same as it did back in England. So, pardon me, that's all right. But I still think that there may be a little collimation needed. Pardon me, with the scope, or I just need to tweak the imaging train a little bit. It's why I also do refractors, is that there's very little that has to be done with it. It's just the fact that when you start going into the larger apertures, that price just goes up so much. Refractors have the best stars. You just bought your first forever refractor, Stellar View 80mm APO triplet, and you just compare and you love it compared to your SCT and Hyperstar. And it's like the images that I love the images that have come through the RC8, and I've learned to love the diffraction spikes. But there is something to be said about the stars in a refractor that just looks so crisp. It's just so nice. So, which is why, yes, I do like the idea of a fast scope to be taking images here. But it's also the price. How much? Okay, I'm also looking at an Esprit, correct? My first telescope was 127 millimeters, and that was the Celestron Nexstar 127. So it was a Maxitov Cassegrain. Very similar mirror and lens and glass. It was a nice compound telescope, but it was also, I paid 250 pounds for the thing. Looking at a 100 millimeter refractor is already running up to $3,200. Getting close to the same kind of aperture as I had when I first started. We're pretty much at $5,000 after tax, almost $10,000 if we want to go for the 150 Esprit. Now, what's the weight on this one? Actually, that's another thing. Should I even be considering this one down the line? OTA 32 pounds. So we're basically flirting with the weight limit on the EQ6R Pro. At that point, you'd almost want to go to an EQ8. So, and at that point, then we're spending even more money, and it's kind of like I want to try to keep things attainable. I get that there's some fantastic images that come out with different scopes. That's why I say get the Rasa 11 V2. It comes with a feather touch focuser on it, so it gives you more options for an autofocuser, including refractor focusers like the EAF, Focus Cube Sesto Senso 2. On the 8-inch, you only have two options for the EAF or the Focus Cube Zero, and is belt driven. See, that was the other thing. There was a lot more to the version 2 Rasa, so maybe things are always going to change. There is always going to be. I do not have a definitive wish list for scopes and mounts. There is just the idea of what we want to be able to do in the future. And so maybe down the line, it's probably going to be an 11 and a more heftier mount, or a pier mounted setup where we don't have to worry too much about moving the scope around. We're going to have a specific spot for the observatory. Your brother got a small Newtonian. He tried to explain collimation. You got the same dull expression that I always get, but you have to keep trying. Your solemn duty. Well, keep at it. I get the idea of collimation. I can see with certain Newtonians, it is a little easier than others, but again, with the whole process that goes through with an RC scope, it doesn't deter me from doing that. It's just the price of all the tools that if you're going to buy it is about as much as another smaller scope or investing that in Pixinsight, let's say. So yeah, it just comes down to, or if I know someone who has all the equipment and then they can just do the collimation for me. All right. I'm liking where the star. So after running it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times for the star, make stars smaller, we have almost wiped some stars out of existence, it seems. But I would say that's kind of brought them under control. What does our red channel look like? Because sometimes that's the one that I can suffer when we're mucking about with the stars. You just try to encourage at least checking rough collimation, roughly center your eye and looking at the reflections. Like I would say, everything looks, it looks good. Looks pretty good with the RC scope. And this is, I imaged this one, this after we moved the scope across the Atlantic. So I would say it's not looking too bad. All right, what are we cutting out there? A little bits around the edges. Now let's get this as contrasty and dark as possible. And again, we'll mix in. Yes, I'll mix in a little bit of the green. One more time. Get an updated luminance layer here, but just like a little whiff of the green channel in here. I could probably even just go 10%, just a tiny bit. And this isn't also the way I usually process things. Because I've actually never approached it in this manner before. By doing all our star reductions and then making a new luminance layer. So I would say we've gone from that to that. And at this point, I'll probably even drop that luminosity layer 50%. Yep. All right, you got to go all. Thanks for the conversation, helping kill the time while the clouds rolled out. Gonna go get set up outside and get some more time in the Heart Nebula. Excellent. Look forward to seeing the images there, Tadpole. I am following you on Instagram, yes. Have I given you a follow on there? And if you want to, feel free to share some images in the Discord. We always like to see what other people are up to. But yeah, thank you very much for tuning in. Glad to have you in here tonight. Now we are at, holy potatoes, we're at 2 hours already. Oh my goodness. Okay. So coffee is almost done out of my my non-standard mug of a Mandarin mug, which just makes me want to have Chinese food more than I have in a while. Elite Dangerous has finished downloading, finally. We'll fire that up in a little bit. Like I said, I have never played Elite Dangerous, and apparently it does have Third Rock. You're saying there is a steep learning curve to it. Now, can you use a controller in this, or does it have to be mouse and keyboard? of the verbal morality statute.
Have some cheese and hot sauce instead.
Why not? Because, thank you very much for the 50 bits. And yes, that is our spicy little snack of our scorpion pepper and hot sauce on a white cheddar and black pepper cheese bite. Now I have to remember to get the ghost pepper peanuts again, and maybe we'll spike the ghost pepper peanuts with the scorpion pepper. There you go. That all lovingly covered there. Thank you very much for the 50 bits. Appreciate that. My tongue won't in a couple of seconds here, but I do. I do. There you go. There's even a little pocket that has a big deposit of hot sauce. Oh, that was a lot of hot sauce in there. Thank you for the 50 bits. Yes, I did see this. Oh my goodness. I did see this video from Alan Mitchell. See, but it's yes, there's a little bit of pain, but it's delicious. It is tasty. I've watched this video. I talked to Alan Mitchell about this. What's the kind of bare minimum that we can equipment that we could use? And it still ended up being pricey enough that it was almost close to the cost of what I was starting to pay for my my RC scope. Arissa Ray, what's going on? How are you doing? Oh boy. There was oh my gosh, there was a lot of hot sauce in that one. Gonna use an artificial star. I guess I could. I have the space for it. I could make an artificial star. Even like, how much is like an artificial star torch cost? Like even then. You've been lurky lurker for today. Thoroughly enjoying the stream, but you bet a snack that was. This snack was pretty tasty, but yeah, it is hot. But when it's like one, it's okay. We get that initial hotness. It's when there have been times when someone has done 500 bits, and after that, my tongue is numb. And it's even then it gets a little difficult to talk. But I appreciate the lurks. I'm enjoying. As always, I am enjoying the stream. I am enjoying the company today. I'm liking where the image is going, where things are going with the image tonight. You paid $100 for yours 2 years ago from High Point. Or does it have to be the frickin' laser beams? I think for an RC scope, it is better with the frickin' lasers. But yeah, Newtonians, you just really need the tube to center your eye, and then you can use a piece of paper with a hole in the center. It just seems there's a little more with the secondary mirror. I don't know. It's pardon me. Although for the half-hour video that Alan did, it is actually it doesn't seem as daunting. He does take you through everything step by step, and I think with all the right tools, yeah, I'd be confident doing that after watching his video. 100%. But it's just acquiring all that equipment. That's the only thing. You got a camera tripod mount on the bottom. It runs off 2 AAA batteries, and that works out just fine for you there. But then I've also seen people have used like a aluminum foil on a high powered torch. Jay Foolsguard, hello. Welcome in to the observatory for the Schmidt Cassegrain. And I never tried adjusting any collimation with my Celestron scope. I didn't have it that long to figure that it needed that. Hey, Jay Fools, welcome on in. Glad to have you in the stream today. So let's see if we can. So we have reduced the stars. We have adjusted our luminance layer. I still feel like there is this vignetting in the middle that just isn't working out. Where I needed to have. Okay, see where. Also, here's the other thing. Keep going back to the basically finished image versus what we're still working on, and just kind of realizing when we got to this point, like the high contrast of the dust lanes, and realizing, there isn't a whole lot of dust that we're getting. It's just that it's always underexposed and pulling out a lot of details. But this middle bit is looking a little milky, I gotta say. I think if I start paying more attention to that section, I'm losing a lot of this. But the problem is with the used Newtonian is if somebody messes with the screws, it could be way off, and it's so easy to check and make sure if that's the case. Pardon me. See, I thought about Newtonian, but originally there was no space. Pardon the pun. There was no space in the house in England because it was a very tiny townhouse. So it was just the equipment that I had now was very, very precisely Tetrised in the kitchen while I had things packed away when nothing was happening. That was also when I would take the scope. I would tear it down pretty much every night. Depending on the weather. If it was actually good, I would kind of leave it out covered with a bin bag and a blanket. Well, yeah, until I had the Telegizmos 365, that was, that was pretty much the way. It was always taking things down, and if there was a long stretch, like even now, I'm kind of thinking maybe I'd kind of take it all down, do a little maintenance, and maybe take the scope down from the 3-tiered setup. Because I have where did I put that image of all 3 scopes on top of each other? Did I put it in our show your images, or did I put it elsewhere? Did I drop it in general chat like a ding dong? No. Telescope setups. There you go. See, that's what I'm doing right now. We have the 72 ED and the 50 ED Evo Star on top of the RC scope, but it just seems it is very heavy, and it just seems I'm not happy with the balance. Like the whole scope it is balanced, but there's a lot to it. And I think really if I'm going to be adjusting things, I'm just going to we'll switch out the scopes. We'll do a few weeks with one, a few weeks with the other. If I had two cameras set up, then I would say it wouldn't be that much of an ordeal for just turning on whichever scope for the night that we're going to be imaging with. So I think we'll go back to a one scope camera setup on there, but we'll adjust that in the coming weeks. If you're mainly interested in astrophotography, you do not mess with Newtonian. I like you get a lot of telescope. You get a great deal of telescope for a little bit of money. But there is a lot to do with Newtonian. If it's at a collimation, you need to constantly adjust for the temperature changes. Whereas with the refractor, for the most part, you set it for the night, and I've had things hold like the whole night through. So And just kind of after you kind of come back after during the day, everything kind of warms up a little bit. You got to adjust the focus a little bit in the before the night starts. But I would totally stick with a refractor. If it were not for the price of glass, we're getting those larger apertures for so much money. But then again, you just get that kind of like crispness with the stars. But then again, I also have learned to love my diffraction spikes. So it's just like my dream setup changes. It's like the current setup, love and not love and hate, but just love and frustration will change. You yearn for a short, fast Newtonian F4 or 5 because you thirst for the wide fields. The Mac you have is sweet, but the focus is much smaller for your visual preferences. I loved using the Mac for looking at the moon or at globular clusters. Connor, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Please dance with me, Connor. Hello, welcome into the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. Glad to have you in here. But it's I love the wide field images. I love looking at the wide field images for context as well. Like, it's great to get the details in a lot of these targets. And I know once we move into galaxy season, I'm going to be wanting to shoot at 1600 millimeters. I'm going to want to get that long focal length. But when we are looking at wide field targets, like we've imaged, it should be close here, the Bubble Nebula up close. And it looks beautiful. It is a wonderful target to image at a long focal length. Where it is, I don't know. But then again, when you look at the Bubble Nebula in a wide field of view, there's a Lobster Claw Nebula. There is, what's the name of this one? There's the Northern Lagoon Nebula. No, I want to get that right. No, there's the Spaghetti. There we go. Yeah, it is the Northern Lagoon Nebula. The Cassiopeia Salt and Pepper Cluster. Like, there's a lot of there's also the Nova Cassiopeia 2021 right up there. So there's a great deal of targets within. You get the context of the whole image, and also you get to see how like the nebulosity kind of interacts with within our galaxy, and just see how much hydrogen alpha is spread out and how much everything kind of connects when you get into those super long exposures, and you're pulling up those details that usually are missed. Like even here, there's
don't say that word.
And we're looking to get permission to use JWST when it's fully operational. I'll be vying for the bid to buy the Hubble Space Telescope and repair that one and claim it as my own. I will be happy to watch it launch and make its way out into space. I would imagine that list of what everybody wants for observations is going to be like super long already. Like there's lineups around the globe. Plato Maximus, how many bits for that effort? For getting time on the James Webb? My gosh. Pardon the pun, that would be an astronomical amount of bits. But how are you doing, Plato? Plato Maximus. A strong name. Glad to have you in here. No, we've been keeping an eye on James Webb for claiming the Hubble telescope. I mean, if it's broken down, we could probably get it for a song. We could probably get the whole thing for like 1,000 bits. and we would, that would be perfect. We would own Hubble. Is there? You're not using it right now? There we go. Excuse me, NASA. Excuse me, NASA. May I have the Hubble telescope, please? We're a small congregation of people here on Twitch. We have a small amount of bits we would like to pay for the Hubble. Thank you. We'll do all the repairs. It's fine. Can't be that hard. Of course, the 5-inch Mac might finally show you the tiny planetary nebula you can never find in small newts. That's true. It's the way how I love the details that come through with the long focal lengths. All right, fine. Here's the 100 bits. That's take our 100 bits. Keep the change. Can offer you a broken down Chevy and 2 chickens. Give me a couple of spark plugs and 3 chickens, and we will talk. No, it was I did enjoy. I had images of the moon that I took with the Mac. Sold, perfect. Anybody going on a bit of good thing? Anybody going to Hubble telescope? Anybody going to go 25? Anybody going to go 25? Going to go 25? Anybody going to 25? 35? Anybody going to go 35? 35 bits for the Hubble Space Telescope. Sold. Why not? Because. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Don't forget to pay the lady at the door. No, but it's some of the images that I got from my Mac. It was a slow telescope, but for looking at like the bright targets, like the moon. I mean, those were some of my favorite images that came through very early on in when I was doing some astro imaging. Like you look at the moon during the day was always a nice target to look at. But if I throw on a 3 times Barlow and start getting some, that was about the extent that I could do with the Mac. As 3 times Barlow, I couldn't get the greatest focus, but if I would stack up some of the moon images, it was actually looking pretty sweet. I mean, a little ways away from like the first moon image. This was before I really knew exactly what I was doing with the telescope. Just popped the camera on the back of the scope and just started shooting away. But again, the details were visually using that scope was much better than taking the images with the camera. It was a much better visual scope than anything.
Oh, don't say that word.
I think it's going to be I think I said it's 6 months. Hang on, I did have a page prepared for that. Or at least NASA had their timelines written out for James Webb. Part of that because the Mac is also your first go-to and your star hopping skills are mediocre. Switching to high-powered eyepieces, which you lost every time. Oh yeah, you would like nudge the scope a tiny bit, and that was you could lose your target so easily. Now it is having a Star Adventurer and my DSLR helped out with the star hopping. I think that was. I started off with the go-to and learned a lot of the night sky with it. And then I forced myself to get a little more acquainted with star hopping. And after going back to the go-to, I'm pretty sure that I would get lost again. It's been so long since I've just manually checked out the, found a target. I did a lot of star hopping to try to locate Andromeda. That was like the one target I wanted to capture with my Star Adventurer. The Okay, we got the launch configuration, post-launch deployment. After launch, the telescope will deploy on its 30-day million-mile journey to the second Lagrange point, L2. By 30 days. Why was I thinking 6 months? It's 6 months for the first. Is that the first 6 months for the first mission? There we go. Let's take a look at what path the James Webb is supposed to take there. You feel like you recover some of your brain cells when you watch the stream. Well, I'm happy to provide something interesting and informative, and for a lot of the information that comes up with.
Oh, don't say that word.
I think they did mention. I don't know if it's on this page. I've been trying to bookmark a lot of the information pages now because these questions are going to start to crop up because we are less than a month away from the launch, of which we'll watch it here all together. I know there's going to be a lot of other people who are going to be covering it, but I also want to watch it and have an excuse to be up nice and early and have a whole bunch of coffee prepared. Andromeda is big and easy. You're finding cheap opera glasses as a child. Now, it was only recently that I actually looked for Andromeda with binoculars and found it in my backyard here in the new place. And I gotta say, it was an impressive sight. It was really cool. Let's see. What do we have for the target? I know there was another. How long would it take to get to L2? It'll roughly take 30 days. Timeline, there we go. First day, first week, first month. Okay, sorry. 6 months is for science operations. Initial optics checkouts and telescope alignment using the fine guidance sensor will point Webb at a single bright star and demonstrate that the observatory can acquire and lock onto targets. We'll take data mainly with the near-infrared camera, but because the primary mirror segments have yet to be aligned to work with the single mirror, there will be up to 18 distorted images of the same single star target. And they will then embark on the long process of aligning all the telescope optics, beginning with identifying which primary mirror segment goes with which image by moving each segment one at a time, and ending a few months later with all the segments aligned as one and the secondary mirror aligned optimally. Cool down will effectively end, and the cryo cooler will start running at its lowest temperature, and MIRI can start taking good data too. Well, at least with on NASA's page, I don't see what they're going to be imaging first, just specifically which star they're going to be looking at. So it will be. We'll start to get. I think we start to get first light soon after to get all the optics going. So we'll make early release observations to be revealed right after commissioning is over, but it will showcase the capabilities of the observatory. So it looks like it'll be a few months until we get like some good images coming through. But I would imagine they're going to they will share some of the optics checkouts. They will share some of those early images as well, just to get us an idea. You almost never use a star hopping method. My method is to draw imaginary lines in the sky, and then you tend to aim your telrad at a point that you've memorized in reference to those lines. Funny thing is, now that laser pointers are common, byline method is really easy to explain to another astronomer. I also want to get a green laser. I want to get one of those because there will be times, especially when we start opening up our place for star parties, that there are going to be people who are brand new to the night sky coming by. Until recently, you never got your hands on zero mag finders either, only very, very crappy finder scopes. I found that the finder scope I had for my first telescope, it was just a little, it was like a 10 by 30, and it was okay, but the inverted image kind of threw me off all the time. And then that crosshair in there would, it would just kind of ruin the experience. I would just kind of use it as like a monocular sometimes, just to take a little look around the night sky. Never point them at planes. Heck no. No way. Did I name my telescope? I have yet to actually officially name any telescopes or mounts. We probably should. In fact, once we build the observatory, that's the other thing. What are we going to call the observatory here? You know? Barnsdale. Did I miss a follow? Barnsdale, thank you very much for the follow. Did I miss that alert? No, a quiet... I don't know where that came in. I apologize if I did not say thank you very much for the follow. Welcome me on in. Baba Zelnik, hi Ma, how are you? Subs for the name. We will, we'll do some voting. We'll do some voting on there. First thing is we have to actually start breaking ground on the observatory. I think there's some time that's going to be needed to actually get the field prepped for construction. I think we'll kind of have the field ready first for star parties, and then down the line we'll get the observatory built. Yeah, I hope your evening's going well, Ma. What'd you have for dinner? What'd you have? We had chicken wings. And now, after drinking out of a Mandarin mug, I want Chinese food. We also don't have a Chinese food place close to us. We are that out in the sticks. An apple. Well, email you some chicken wings. You love inventing cute names for your computers, and never even thought about naming your scopes. I have, funny enough, same thing. My computers have different names. Actually, to be fair, this one hasn't. I haven't named this one. The my other laptop I named. You're hungry now. I named it Gordon. I named my Alienware laptop Gordon. 50 points to anybody who can pick out why it's named Gordon. Anyway, I think what we'll look to do. Actually, I still have to do a little bit of a tiny bit of work on here. See what we can. Oh, it just feels that it's very washed out in the middle. I don't know if I'm liking how this is looking there. Comps need good names on home networks. This is true. I also liked. There was some images on Reddit and Imager of people who have in large apartment complexes who have given clever names to their Wi-Fi. It's the Cygnus Wall. I haven't actually had a chance. I'm hoping later on this season we'll actually get a view of the Seagull Nebula. Because that's a target that we haven't actually imaged before, just due to the location and the limited options I had for the eastern sky. So if we can get the Seagull Nebula, that'd be good. Also having good names on the on the network is just so it's easily identifiable, like the FBI Van 03. What's up, Sonic Atomic? How you doing? How are you tonight? You'll pay for the Mandarin. You just have to bring it over to the hospital. Deal. All the egg rolls. We'll make you pay for all the egg rolls. Pops, how you doing? All right. What I wanted to try to do is the same trick of making sure that none of that moves, but then we start to highlight some of these areas. But nothing too crazy. Done. Perfect. At least, you know, tonight, at least we can... Tonight the Leafs aren't playing, right? It's tomorrow that they're playing. Tomorrow that they have a game. But a lot of my picks in the hockey pool last night crushed it. Had some fantastic results last night. All right, this isn't turning out too bad again, but I'm just thinking that this middle area is just feeling way too washed out compared to what we had before. But there was a little better contrast in there. Yeah, so this is, I think this is going to be my lesson of having to really make sure that if I'm doing a super long exposure, is to take my flats and make sure that I eliminate this vignetting in here, or we just end up like cropping this in so much that we lose the mass majority of the Cygnus Wall that we wanted to capture in here. Go to AFK Lurk. Y'all have fun. No worries. Uncle Bill, thank you very much for the lurk. Thank you very much for the lurk. I appreciate it. So I think that's... yeah, there's definitely some work that needs to go into... Now, we did run Gradient Exterminator. We have... I've done what I could to kind of keep the stars a little more under control, a little less bloaty than we've had in the past, although at the sacrifice of almost everything else in the image. Actually, let's try one more. I think I tried it last night. It didn't work out too well. If we try to eliminate a little bit of that with a Gaussian blur and subtract just that overall vignetting. But how much more? Let's see. Nice. Yeah, I'm really blowing a lot of this out of proportion here. Actually, what we want to do, as always, if you want to try to maintain some of the contrast and really, again, just bring out some of the some more details. That's how you start bringing on contrast, is that you hold that one line in the curve. Now, but again, see, it's still, I'm getting into some very hard lines of vignetting and contrast here, and I'm losing that wispiness of everything. Now, you do wonder how many Wi-Fi's out there are now labeled FJB though. You have some super crazy ones in your area. FJB. But I'm thinking about some of those Reddit posts with the clever Wi-Fi names. Oh, I see. I see. People are a little unhappy with Joe Biden. They say just completely Joe Biden. All right, I think that man, there's just so much detail in this image there, and I think it is going to be the sitting down and really scrutinizing each layer that we're working on here, because some of them I was happy with this one. Actually, this one is starting to look even better than even if I start throwing a let's increase some of the color here. We're still kind of ending up in a certain No, I was kind of hoping starting off early in the processing to try to get rid of this vignetting and just even out some of the color tones, if it would work. But no, I think there's also maybe a restacking of the data as well, because I really just wanted to get a rough feel for the data, to the point where now what I would end up doing is, let's see. Now, if I were to paste that in here, oh well, there's your problem. No, I would have to play around with that too much now. Forget it. We won't add that in at all. Nah, let's not do that. Actually, if I was to try it one more time, but again, we're playing with. Let's go one more filter thing with the RC Astro. We will. Let's get high. Let's go a little high aggressiveness. Biden is the Weekend at Biden movie. It's creepy. You don't actually think he's alive, just someone inside with his skin. Too bad he couldn't use a telescope to capture video of the gases moving. Though from this distance it would be hard to see all that movement, but imagine. 1,500 light years is actually, to be fair, I'm going to go back to an image that we've looked at before. All right, this actually, it kind of worked, but it didn't work. The Grange Exterminator didn't do the greatest job, but it did throw some high contrast in here, though. It did muck up with these stars. Seeing movement in space, unless you're training your camera on the object for quite a while, you're not going to see. I mean, this is like hundreds of light years across. Whereas if you look at something like the Crab Nebula, one decade time lapse. This was there's your movement in space. Train your camera on an object for a decade. So the Crab Nebula is 6,400 light years away. So even then, the images that we're looking at, they're still 6,400 light years. This one is amazing, because you look at a target once, you don't see any movement, but you dedicate 10 years to an object, and you can see You can even see the rotation of the pulsar in the center of the supernova, and just how, even over 10 years, how little it's moving. Maybe on a juice diet, you can do a 100-year time lapse. I wouldn't be surprised if there is somebody who is early on in their astrophotography career, that they've already picked a target to do that, to have as long of an exposure on a target as possible. So that's the few times when you can actually see movement in space, because at the great distances you don't notice it in a single photo. Comets you can notice because they're within our galaxy. Watching the planets rotate, they're within our solar system. Sorry, comets within our solar system. Asteroids, you can see them tracking across the sky. But it's when you start going out to hundreds and thousands of light years that, unless you're spending a lot of time on a single target, it's just not always gonna see a lot of action there. So for the effort, yes, yeah, definitely drop that link in there, because that's a fantastic example of when we know that things are moving out in space. Everything is changing and evolving, but just because of the great distances, I think this is like one of the. I go back to this image quite frequently because it's incredibly special to see the movement in a nebula, in a supernova. There's an article just today about a scientist who did a 50-year snowfall study on a single mountain in Colorado. Really? What was was it just? Do you have a link, Death? If you want to put that, drop that in the Discord. Probably why we haven't seen little green people zooming around the cosmos. It's like, if there was any kind of interstellar civilization, would they even have known we're out here in the time when they started out, when they started sending out signals to potential places to visit? Like, if they sent something out like a few hundred years ago and it reached us in the Bronze Age, people wouldn't have known that wouldn't have been aware of a signal coming in. So if there's nothing sent back, then there's no confirmation that there's life out here that is capable of going into space or reaching the stars in any way. So because we have the finite speed of light, and if something is 6,400 light years away, like the Crab Nebula, this is as it was 6,400 years ago that we're seeing, minus 10 years or so with each image. So it's the vastness of space and just the fact that we are unable to comprehend maybe even some of the signals that have passed by, that maybe they're way too complex for what we need, or they have come too soon and we weren't ready for it, and you kind of miss that chance. So the observations of the planet, the exoplanet that was discovered in M51 in the Whirlpool galaxy, that's still another 25 million light years away. Lester Brandon, what's going on? How are you? Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory today. We're looking at a time lapse of the Crab Nebula, a supernova that exploded, that was recorded in 1054 AD, which would have exploded 6,400 years prior to us witnessing it. So just think how, you're kind of getting into terms of special relativity when you are saying that you couldn't go to the present of where the Crab Nebula is now. But if you could bend space-time, you could alter space-time and actually go to a present time, then, would you actually be able to see things kind of evolve as you're traveling towards this object? But then again, once you're traveling those speeds, time acts all funny. So if it was just you suspend some laws of physics, then I think space would be even more mind-blowing than we would have it. Yeah, I think for this image of the Cygnus Wall, I've probably gotten all I can out of it. At least in a short amount of time. Actually, depending on where we set our gray point, largely depends on just how the overall color of the image will appear. And see, there's no way I'm getting rid of this gradient anytime soon. We're trying to see if we can maybe pick a half decent gray point in here, where we have like an even distribution of colors, where they are kind of they're being properly represented. A great deal of this is hydrogen gas, so we are mainly going to have a lot of the clouds are going to be largely red. I just put the snowfall study in the share data channel. All right. I'm pretty sure we could make again, probably starting off earlier on with the image to fix up the vignetting in there, the gradient. We could get rid of that. All right, the Discord. All right, take a look at this and share data. Thank you. What? Oh, it's the Washington Post. Can I get past this? Can I get by this thing? How do I bypass the Washington Post? Is it just because I'm outside the US that it'll do that? If you get Death, if you have some screen grabs of the article, you can post that in Discord if it's possible. It's true. Or maybe if I just open it up elsewhere. Let me try a different browser. No, doesn't work there either. How about this one? If you read too many articles, they block you. Without paying, they lock you out. You can clear cookies. All right. Well, no, I tried it in like a fresh browser. I opened up Microsoft Edge, and it still did that. And I don't think Edge is calling anywhere from. I didn't integrate it with Firefox or Chrome or anything like that. All right, here's what we're gonna do. I'm going to get another coffee. We are, wow, 10 o'clock. Holy potatoes. Right, gonna get a coffee, and I'm gonna jump into Elite Dangerous and see how this works. And yeah, I think we'll give this a go, because a lot of people have recommended Elite Dangerous because it kind of fits within the theme of what we're doing here. You know, I've heard it has a loose connection to space and astronomy theme. So maybe we'll check this out, see what it's all, what we can see there for Elite Dangerous. Yes, how's our weather is still pants, of course. So I will we'll do a little BRB, and we'll come back with a fresh cup of coffee and a fresh glass of water. Do a little bit of a stretch, and if you guys want to do a stretch of your own, we'll be back in, you know, like 6 or 9 minutes. And then we'll jump into Elite Dangerous, and we'll just see if I like it. If I can get out of the tutorial. I hope there is a tutorial. I definitely need a tutorial. But yeah, until then, we'll be back in a few. And if the anybody comes in, just tell them to get a coffee, hang around, stick around a while, and we'll be back with a little more astronomy and some gaming for the first time in a little while here on the stream. So we'll catch you guys in a few minutes. Don't go too far. Don't go too far. No star wipe. Why didn't that work? Why didn't that work? Whatever. Welcome back. Hello, everybody. Hello. How's everyone doing tonight? Glad to have you in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and tonight we're doing something a little different. We did some image processing. I think I'm going to say I'm going to end the on-stream processing of the Cygnus Wall. There's a couple different versions that we have. I like both of them for different reasons. But I think we're going to have to say adios to that one for now. We're going to do a little bit of see if we can change this one to a little Elite Dangerous, perhaps, shall we? Let's do that. I tried to paste the text. Discord turned it into a TXT file. Really? Why is Discord? Why you got to be like that, Discord? So here's the text. Oh boy. All right, I'll check out that text. Spent almost 50 years alone at 10,000 feet. His hobby helped shape climate research in the Rockies. The amateur scientist began logging snowfall to keep busy. Along the way, he became an unwitting chronicler of climate. Interesting. All right, that is well, that's in Discord, so we got that on file there. But yeah, glad to have you guys in here tonight for our rainy day astronomy session, and we're going to do a little gaming. I'm going to try out Elite Dangerous, and am I able to? May I use a controller in here? I do use controllers more than keyboard. Partial controllers. What do you mean partial controller support? What does that mean? What does it mean when it only does partial controller support? Remote play on tablet? Really? Can you do more on? I don't know. Interesting. All right. We're going to have to check this out. Yes, use controller. All right. Let's get... Okay. So I've never played this before. And I mean, it looks tremendous. It is. Looks interesting enough. However, do I know, have I lost the plot of this game? Do I know the plot of the game? No. No, I don't. What is the plot of Elite Dangerous? So I just go out and make friends and do dog fights, or how does this all work? And hopefully the audio is going to be all right. Yes. You have a lot of hours in. Okay, then I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions. What's this? Performing first time setup. Oh, performing first time setup. Preparing to set up. Preparing to set up. Oh, maybe I should have started the setup a lot earlier. There is no plot. You just make your own plot. You just gotta travel around to different star systems. New users, create a Frontier account and link it to your Steam account. Do I have to make a... My goodness. If I knew there was all this rigmarole. Steam profile, yes. Use necessary cookies, thank you. You will need to create a Frontier account in order to play Elite Dangerous. Your Frontier account will be linked to your Steam account. First name, Astro Canuck. Email. It's a sandbox. Just a big old sandbox in outer space. I dig it. Sign up for the Elite Dangerous newsletter? Nah, that's okay. Create new account. Step 1 of 3. Email has been sent to your email. Confirm the email within your email. If you did not receive this email, check your email. Did it say allow? Okay, no reply. Frontier, complete your account verification. Step 2 of 3. All right, Pops, you going to turn in for the night? Good to see you. Be well. Take care. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Choose. If you close Elite Dangerous Launcher, please open it again. All right. Elite Dangerous, yes! Where'd everything go? Okay, server status. Okay, Odyssey Update 8 is now live. I don't know what that means. Do I just want to play just Elite Dangerous, or... Or what do we do here? What's Horizons? What's Odyssey? Are these just kind of different missions? Space single player combat training. Ooh, maybe I need to do that. Is there a tutorial? I click play. Nothing's happening. Oh, something's happening. What are we doing here? Elite Dangerous. Yes. Yes, allow. Let's play. Shall we? Excuse me. They're expansions. All right. Do I need to... Oh. What? Ooh. Okay, so my antivirus blocked the game, and now it says it'll put the game, it'll take it out of quarantine, but you have to restart the computer. You should have Horizon Celestial Nano plans. What's up, Lily? I'd have to reboot the computer. Oh, come on. I would not be able to reboot in 90 seconds. We would not be able to come back from that. I probably can't even run any other version because it's just going to block that as well. Well, it'll remove the remaining malware. Next time you restart your computer, we recommend that you do so now. I'm going to click reboot later. Holy potatoes. But how you doing, Lily? Hopefully doing a lot better than I am right now. Oh my goodness. It took like hours to download. Sometimes it lies. All right, let's try it again. Another thing, it came up on this screen. Let me no, because then it's gonna show the wrong screen there. All right, let's try it again. Let's see what happens. If everything crashes, I will aim to be back at ASAP. You've been playing Halo with the fam all day. How's that going? How maybe we should just play Halo Infinite. Let's try this again and see what happens. I can't. Why would it think that a game off of Steam is malware? I feel like you're getting better at it. Oh. Excuse me. Full screen? What is this baloney? If it crashes, it's your fault. If it works, it's your success. So far, so good. You feel like you're getting better at as a Halo. It's I enjoyed playing Halo. Preparing shaders. Preparing to shade. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. I love Spaceballs. Options. Graphics. Display. Full screen. Yeah. No. Oh, no. No. Okay. Wow. It is angry Cheeto. Are we there? Is the camera working? Angry. Oh, come on. Wait, we'll get this working. Hang on a second here. Hang on. No. OBS, hello. I want to move it over to the other screen. Why does it go to this main screen? I don't want it on this screen. I want it on the... Can I pick which monitor it goes on? Monitor. Ah, there we go. What? Oh, monitor. Secondary. Apply. Ruh-roh. Nope. There we go. There we go. Now let's get our camera back. Let's get my face back. Angry Cheeto. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. There we go. No, excuse me. You will operate to the best of your ability. There we go. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. All right, what are the other options? Oh. Could it be that A new Halo game lingers on your body in the foreground for about 10 seconds when you die, which makes you laugh because sometimes you see your teammates getting blasted ass over tea kettle in the background. I always like that about Halo. You always get that, you kind of get the overview with everything. All right, let's try this again. All right, there may be some conflicting hardware bits. Oh, this is going to do, I'm going to hit the button again. Oh, we're good? Okay. Let's just... Nope. Okay, maybe for right now, do we just... That seems to be working. Or is it as soon as I jump in here, it starts to break? Okay, so Snap Camera does not like... Okay, so I've disabled Snap Camera for now. So I think I will... I'll also have to turn off. See how that goes. Are we good? Everybody's happy? All right. So you wanted a plot. Basic story. It's the year 3321. We have discovered faster than light travel. My camera has frozen again. We have colonized about 1,000 light years from Sol. It's called the Bubble. You start with a starter ship in a station, and you do what you want. You can explore. It's a 1-to-1 scale of our galaxy. Run cargo, data, bounty hunt, pirate, mine asteroids, or do combat. All right. Camera, why are you doing this? Hang on. We're gonna get this camera figured out here. Oh, the wonders of trying out things for the first time. Am I right? Am I right? Why doesn't the camera want to work at all? Oh, there we go. That's a little more promising. I wonder if it's going to muck up again when I go back into the game. What's going on, Belly? How you doing? Yeah, I am, you know what, trying things out for the first time on stream. You know what? I think we all know how well that goes. Good to see you in here. How have you been? All right. Let's see if... I bet you as soon as I go back into the game, everything's going to tank. Yes, no? No? Seems to be working. They give you rep, money, materials. You can also push factions to take over new systems and stations by doing missions for them and fight wars over them. It's a big game. It seems like there's an incredible amount of incredible amount to do in here. Maybe what if we change the lighting to something a little more dramatic for gaming? Maybe we'll do that and see how that goes. All right, we're just going to start. See what happens.
Welcome to Morton Dock. Make yourself comfortable. My
okay.
name's Theo Acosta, and I'll be running your Pilots Federation evaluation. Most pilots assigned to me earn their license, so as long as you follow my instructions, you'll be a commander in no time.
Be a commander in no time. Perfect.
Oh, and before you ask, I may sound like an Imperial, but I'm actually from an independent system.
Oh, I was detecting
Today we'll
him.
be covering the basics of flight control, combat, and frameshift drive use. This Sidewinder has been installed with a specialized computer that'll take control at certain points. Mostly you'll follow a series of objectives to
Oh,
guide
for
your
Pete's
actions.
sake.
These
Camera.
are shown in the info panel at the top right of the head-up
Wait a
display.
second. Where'd my overlay go?
Okay, you're good to go. Select auto launch from the options ahead of you when you're ready.
Wait a second. What's going on here? Okay. Well, at least I'm smiling. Select auto launch to begin. Okay, hang on a second here. Why does the camera not want to work? Right now I'm trying to figure out why the camera keeps conking out. Yes, it could have been a much worse picture. It could have been a much worse image. Hang on. Let's see. Heading system. Okay. Right. Now, what is up with the camera? Why is it still... Hang on a second here. No, we're... Okay, hang on a second here. I'm going to keep talking, so it actually is... I usually do have a camera on. Anybody who may have just popped in. I am seeing why... What? Oh, maybe something else is disconnected here. You want to... Your camera source has changed. Restart the camera in any application that is currently using it. Okay, let's... Whoa. Hello. Hello over there. We haven't used this one in a while. That's still running. That's not running. Oh. Oh yes. Oh, hello, other angle. That angle could have been much worse. Oh my goodness. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Let's quit. Okay, now let's try this again. Camera. Oh. Let's see. Okay. Are we back? Is this gonna work? Okay, let's try this one again. Continuing on with oh. I'm gonna do auto launch. Alright, let's try this.
Police confirmed. Auto launch sequence underway.
The beauty of auto launch is that you can relax and enjoy the view. One of the ways that technology allows us to appreciate the good things in life. Other applicants are departing for their own evaluations, but this isn't a race. Each of the coming stages can be completed at your own pace.
Oh, good. Maybe I'll run this tutorial for months, like Kerbal. Maybe not. I don't know. Oh boy, I'm just wondering how does maybe just always have a decent face on, just in case the camera crashes, because it's probably going to happen again. Look around.
Remarkable, isn't it? For so long, humanity gazed up at the stars in wonder. We're not distracted by one of Earth's many wars. And now, we glide between them without a second thought. Ah, here we are. Your
Docking
first
can be
task is to
troubling.
demonstrate basic
Okay.
ship movements.
All right.
A ship's trajectory is primarily controlled by pitch, yaw, and roll. Perform each of these now. Good. Now increase your throttle to accelerate forwards.
All right. Right button.
Decrease the throttle to resume a stationary position. Your throttle can also be pulled back from zero to engage reverse thrust.
No. Oh, I froze again. Come on.
As before, push the throttle in the opposite direction to cease moving. While I appreciate your eagerness to begin your career, I can't approve your
Holy
license without
potatoes.
assessing your skills.
Oh, what's going on, Steven? I apologize. I've turned off snap
Review
camera
your current
because it
objective
kept
and complete the
conking
required
out.
action to continue.
I'm sorry. I'll refund that in a bit, or if there's any mods available to.
Your ship will return to the test area if you stray too far. Please do not stray too far.
Oh, where am I straying too far from? How's it going, Steven? Good to see you.
Inputs confirmed. Looks like you've got the hang of individual controls. Let's see if you can put them all together. Your next task is to guide your ship through a series of checkpoints. Head towards the course, following the target indicator. The course weaves through an orbital structure and is designed
Alright,
for the
let's try
novice
that.
pilot.
I'm moving this. Okay, yep. Oh, my camera keeps
Accelerate
freezing.
through the first checkpoint when you're ready to start.
Well, I will accelerate.
Fly through the center of the first checkpoint. You'll notice that they change color as you fly through them. And we're off. There's no time limit, so maintain a comfortable speed while you familiarize yourself with the controls. Rolling
It's it's working. Oh. Oh dear.
It's good practice to consider the angle and speed of your approach.
Oh dear. Oh.
See the blue marker beside the throttle gauge? This indicates the optimum turning speed.
Oh, thank you. Is it resetting me? Oh, camera. Hang on a second. Oh, I can't be having this if the camera keeps mucking about. Can't do with I gotta say, you know, for the most part, I've always had. Oh, now I've moved the whole camera. I moved the whole thing. It seems to be that it's conflicting with Steam. Actually, I think things are way off now. If you do, just type exclamation Scout Trooper, all one word. That's just one way I can see how far off the camera's moved. That moved quite a bit. That moved quite a bit. Oh, excuse me. I seem to be stuck.
Holy potatoes.
Oh, goodness. Okay. What's... Like, I can't even move? Have I managed to get myself stuck? There always got to be Wilhelm scream. Always. What gives? Oh my goodness. There is one in pretty much every movie. Oh my gosh. Okay. Because it is. We're frozen. Hang on a second. I'll get this back. There. And we're back. Hang on. I think... Dang. All right. I think there is... Well, not I think there's... I know there is a issue. I apologize for the errors, for the issues. No, actually, if you could try that one again. No, everything is broken. Everything's broken. You know what? It's because. No, I don't even know why. Why? Because. Why it's doing that? It's most likely I want to say that the antivirus treated the game as a malware, and I'm only going to get it back. I'm only going to get the game back if I restart the computer. And you know what? That is not what we're going to do right now. We're definitely not restarting the computer. You can't do the rain for 3 minutes. Oh, I've hit a button. Where is the... No, okay, it'll work. Why did not want to fire? Man, I wonder how much... Okay, so... man, I'm gonna have to... We're gonna have to change things. In the sense that... maybe we can go back to SnapCam. Maybe we can go back to SnapCam at least. So just in case anything else is redeemed. Actually, I don't even know if it's going to do that. Properties. Of course. Of course. Let's try this again. We're going to get there. We're going to get it back. We're going to get the whole stream back. We're going to get right back on track. And I'm probably going to have to hit the button again. Yep. Hello. Does this work? Well, that works. That works. Okay, SnapCam's back on. Everything is like not completely broken, but I gotta say, it's I may have to actually I gotta reorganize the camera as well, because I bumped that too hard. So Elite Dangerous doesn't want to work properly without a restart of the computer. I apologize for that. No, I said I wanted to play the game. It seems it seems fun. It seems like there's so much to explore, but it's the my antivirus. Little cute girl, I assure you, it was all your fault. No, it was the computer. The antivirus thinks that Elite Dangerous was a malware, and that's annoying because it wants you to restart the computer so it'll take it out of quarantine. More quarantining. Oh my goodness. Otherwise, how was everybody's weekend going? I do appreciate us hanging out here and spending time and living through the issues that were just popping up there. So to my antivirus software, I say, that's all. That's what I'm saying to that one there. Kind of ruining the plans. But also, that's what kind of happens when you try something brand new on stream live. Everything that can go wrong pretty much wanted to go wrong. So it was interfering with the camera. It was interfering with... It needs like a super bonk. Seriously.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
There! That one works. That's a little better. That's a lot better. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to do a little restart afterwards, after the stream, and see what we can fix up. And we'll maybe try things a little later tomorrow. Tomorrow we are going to have our Lazy Sunday Lego stream. So we'll continue our build with our Imperial probe droid from The Empire Strikes Back, and we'll make sure that everything is going to be... Oh, there we go. Thank you. Rinse off the excess hair from the shave. It's voluminous. It's wonderful. It's working. It's working. .gif. Come on. It's... Oh, man. You know what? It's many of us have experienced these problems. So I understand when it happens on someone else's stream. So it's nice. It's like, it's wonderful. What happened to my frame rate as well? That usually doesn't look like that. So many things I have to fix up for tomorrow. That was a lot more yeehaw than you're used to on the stream. It just comes with the mustache, really. There are 6 different mustaches that could be enacted with that channel point redeem, so who knows? Who knows what mustache we get? Your stream gets borked too. It's frustrating. It's frustrating, you know. But I mean, also, I hope that people do understand that things go wrong every now and then. Now let's see if things can go right. That works out. That works good. How about that one? Yes. Okay, at least those are working. That's good. Everybody deserves shout outs because you got to check out what other people are doing. Holy potatoes. Go check some people out, shall we? My pleasure. You know, there's so many more people that need to be that you need to discover on Twitch, and you know who else? Not to do any lurkers there. I love potatoes too. See, we had Third Rock in there as well. Potato gang. Yes, get in. Get in. Oh boy. Okay, so those seem to be working. That's working there. That's working! The lights are working too. Okay. All right, a little... Spirits boosted a little bit there, right? Okay, so there's going to be some updates that are going to have to be... I have to do that off stream later tonight or early tomorrow morning, depending on how early I get up for the stream, because I am looking forward to finishing this build of the Imperial Probe Droid. Although I am kind of sad to see my Lego coaster go, but it's it's a fair hefty droid. This whole build is going to be, so looking forward to that. Although it has made me think: do I find all these pieces? And do I just buy all the individual bricks and make my own coaster? You know? That is hot sauce. That is hot sauce. It's the... hang on, before I dump it everywhere. Whenever there is every increment of 50 bits, there is a cheese bite soaked in blueberry scorpion pepper hot sauce. Well, I've only had one tonight, so there's definitely no hot sauce dumper. No, but I ran out of the peanuts, but I figured if I mix them with that. That one's way off. Forgot that one was still active. Yes, Space Ghost, coast to coast. All right, everybody. Tonight we got a special guest tonight. We got that freaky ghost over there. My goodness, get him out of there. All right, go on, get. That one, you know, I totally, there was things happening on this first time I had that on the stream, and it got me as well. Like, I made the damn thing, and it scared the shit out of me too. Wait, sorry, it scared the shit out of me too. But no, yes. So when there have been a couple of times with the with that hot sauce, my tongue goes numb, my lips go numb, but it's delicious. It's a nice combination of the cheese, of the cheddar cheese and the hot sauce, you know. Oh, you did the what does this do? Oh, why isn't that one working? I think I need to put that one. Oh, you did. He said, "What does this do?" And you clicked it. All right. But there's this one that needs to be fixed up as well, because if somebody activates the channel point, it doesn't turn on. But if I click the button, which is the exact same command, these turn on. So I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because it's technology. Technology doesn't always want to work for us. But a lot of things went wrong. Sometimes what we got there, there's this one here, this little lavender one. I don't know what that is. It's an hourglass or something. Sometimes someone had a moon before. These are all randomly assigned. So if you are clicking on your screen, it'll do a little jump if you click in place. Or if you try to shove it up my nose, it'll be gone forever. But then you have to catch my nose. I felt that. Little things that need to be like. I always think that there's changes that I want to do.
Hello,
I know there's
kid. It is an astronaut, Timpy.
Oh, hello.
Ask me a question.
Wow. It's been a while since we've had the book. Page 169. Have we done once? I know we have gone to page 69 many times. I don't think anyone's done 169. This one actually might be a new question to read. All right. Page 169. How do you stay warm when it's so cold in space? Hang on, I'm gonna turn these ones off. Because if there's like some deep philosophical thing and everybody's poking my nose. How do you stay warm when it's so cold in space? Objects in space can fluctuate between being extremely hot and extremely cold, and that's a serious challenge, not only for our spacesuits, but for anything else that has to endure such harsh thermal extremes. When talking about temperature in space, it's important to realize that we are not talking about air temperature as we do on Earth. That's because there is no air in the vacuum of space. Without air, there's no convection, and so our spacesuits have to deal with heat transferred by conduction, for example, when astronauts touch part of the space station, or by radiation. The hot plasma of the sun emits photons of energy, some of which are absorbed by objects in space, warming them up. At the same time, photons are constantly radiating away from any object that has a temperature above absolute zero. This perpetual balance of receiving and emitting photons will determine an object's temperature. For instance, a piece of bare metal exposed to direct sunlight outside of the space station can get as hot as 260 degrees Celsius. However, an object in the shade can be colder than minus 100 degrees Celsius. The space station comprises of many elements, each with different thermal properties and experiencing different levels of exposure to the sun. During a spacewalk, astronauts will inevitably touch objects at varying temperatures, and their gloves have to deal with these sensitive thermal extremes. Another challenge is that astronauts can easily float between working in the shadow to working in the light of the sun, causing the suit to experience rapid changes to thermal exposure. To compensate for these extremes, the spacesuit is designed with multiple layers of material that provide insulation from heat loss from our body or heat gain from the sun, called multilayer insulation, or MLI. This material is in fact used extensively outside the space station in an attempt to suppress temperature variations and protect sensitive pieces of equipment. The spacesuit is so good at insulating against both the heat and cold that during my spacewalk I only needed to adjust my temperature twice in nearly 5 hours. So how do you stay warm out in space? Well, we rely on the body's own heat. During a spacewalk, you're working pretty hard, generating plenty of body heat and trying not to sweat. This body heat is sufficient enough to keep you warm, with the exception of your fingers, which can sometimes get a bit cold. To protect against this, our gloves have electrical heaters that warm the fingertips when activated. Each time we approach sunset, Mission Control warn us so that we can switch on our glove heaters. With the body generating all this heat and spacesuit trapping it so effectively, it's equally a tough challenge. So that is the marvel of these spacesuits being able to endure those extremes. That's really cool. Thankfully there have been some new questions that we haven't actually heard before. So, little cute girl, thank you very much for that redeem on a question that page has never come up yet. So, new bits. There's still tons of pages in here that we haven't actually read through. I mean, the popular pages, obviously, you get page 69, the page 420, which doesn't even exist in this one. There's only 200 and some odd pages, so maybe we'd half the recommendation there. But it's a good book, and there's another book I have for 30-second astronomy, which will, if we kind of go through all the pages of Ask an Astronaut one day, then we have a new book to look at there. So it seems that, unfortunately, you learn something you never knew. There have been things living on a farm type ranch area, house, large plot, that I never knew I would need to know, and I'm always glad to learn something a little new about space as well. Is there an ABC Kids Book of Galaxies? There is there's a couple of books I bought for my niece one year, and it was like the toddlers, the infant's guide to astrophysics, something like that, or the kid's guide to quantum physics as well. I think I bought a couple of those books. So there can be, but also if there isn't, well then why not? Maybe I'll write another book. Making more homework for myself, really. That's what I'm doing. But always keep there always needs to be more projects down the pipeline than there are completed projects. Although that just seems like what happens. At least that's what I get from Mrs. Canuck with all of the fabric and wool that she has. That there are far more projects ahead than there are behind. You've been gone 15 minutes. What happened? Oh, Deadly Fork. Everything started crashing. The camera wouldn't work, and I believe it's because that the computer is still treating Elite Dangerous as a virus or as malware. So I'm gonna have to restart the computer and try things out another day, which is unfortunate because I was really looking forward to playing the game. So hopefully we'll get that working. We'll get that sorted out because it did crash the camera. So as far as I can tell, because the program was still essentially in quarantine as malware from the antivirus. We had those problems there. Can you record the sounds of space from Earth? The sounds in the way that you would record like the radio signal, the waves from the electromagnetic spectrum being transferred into audio. There have been, there's with this sound. That's the sound that came back from the signal from the Juno spacecraft, as it said hello from Jupiter. NASA has a SoundCloud account that will transfer the X-ray emissions or cosmic rays into sounds, but you wouldn't actually be able to get sounds because there's no medium for that to transfer through. But so far the most haunting thing I've heard is actually the sounds that have come from Mars, from the InSight lander, as it was recording the vibration of the wind crossing the sensor. That was a very interesting sound indeed. Actually, I think if we probably. What do we got on NASA's SoundCloud here? Yes, cookies. I mean, anything like... Oh, wait, I have to turn down the music. Let's go over to this one. Some of them can be fairly loud. Like also the let's see, these like passing through comets. You get a lot more of the clicks. But those are as soundy as you get from space. You're transferring all those signals into an audio. So that's about as much sound as you're gonna be getting from space. You come here for the science, you stay for the dulcet tones. Well, if it isn't from myself, or if it was from some of the NASA space missions, always happy to provide that. Now, what we're also going to do is, I think we're going to call this one a night for now, because we'll be back tomorrow morning for our Lazy Sunday Lego, and I will also aim to find out exactly what has gone wrong, or what has gone down with Elite Dangerous, and see if I can clear that out and tell my antivirus software that this is actually a genuine program. Please don't muck things up. Now, here's a question. I got a question actually right now for anybody who is sticking around. Before we raid out, throughout the stream, have you been have any random ads just started out of nowhere, like even like a 5-second ad? Has that actually happened on here? Because I'm definitely not pressing any buttons for that. GPU. It's a 3090. I mean, it's the no ads as far as you've seen. Okay. Like I don't even think it's the machine itself. It's the my antivirus software said Elite Dangerous is malware. So, because I've been on a few streams and I've noticed that just out of nowhere you've got like a 5-second ad pops up, and it just seems that I don't know. I couldn't imagine that maybe they're hitting a button for like a oh no, oh no, oh no! Please don't run! Please don't run! If you're running an ad, that was not the button I wanted to hit. That's not what I wanted to do. I genuinely... yeah, that's... Oh, that's too coincidental. That's too coincidental. Oh. I'm gonna do... I'm gonna pause that for a moment. If you're not getting an ad, that was not the button I wanted to hit as I was moving over to the other screen. I wanted to check out who we were going to raid. And if that, oh boy. That's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted to do. We got 10. Oh my gosh. It was at 30. Holy potatoes. All right. Are we back? Are people back? Right. That was not the button I wanted to press. I was going over to the other window. I want to see who we were going to raid. I'm sorry. if I ever run a commercial, if I ever hit that button, it's like right at the beginning of the stream, so nobody gets pre-rolls. Any good ads at least? I'm sorry. I genuinely did not want to hit that. Okay, here. I'm going to show you this. It is in 5 minutes, 51 seconds. It is preparing a 1.5-minute ad. It is preparing a 1.5-minute ad in 5 minutes and 44 seconds. Okay. Look, it's this button over here. It's doing that. We'll be wrapping this up. The new Google phone, but not too fussed about the new Google phone. Right. Tomorrow morning, we'll be back with some Lego. Lazy Sunday Lego. We're gonna finish this build, and I'm looking forward to it. We're gonna finish it. There's no way of turning this small build into a 3-stream event. It's gonna be 2 streams at most. That's it. You love your Pixel 6 Pro. I mean, there've been. I'm interested to see how it's like the first processor made by Google in this phone, in the new phone. I don't know how much that's going to help. If night shots in the cameras is what I'm really interested to see, how people are going to be updating that to just create better night shots, better astro photos for people who are just trying to dabble in things. It's an in-house silicon. It'd be interesting to see what's developed down the line with technology. And that's another thing I was saying. If people say they don't have any form of means for an astrophotography, if they want to get into it, pardon me, your cell phone, it's a great start. Most of them are going to have a 30-second exposure mode on there, and you're going to be able to take some pictures of and get some stars. Like even like a 5-second shot sometimes can be better. Our eyes can't expose longer than 0.2. It's about 0.2 of a second if you want to count the exposure time that our eyes, when you get like a refresh, as it were. So yeah, being able to do a 10-second exposure with the camera is better than you're ever going to see with your meat cameras. So use your silicon cameras. The AI is crazy. You can remove a person from a picture and it does pretty much a pretty damn good job of it. I'd be interested to see non-commercial versions of that. So if you've done that with your phone, post them in the general photography. I'd be interested to see how those look. There's some links. just be nice to the overlords. You got some shots tonight with your iPhone on your night flight. Like, how long can you expose? How long can you? Yeah, post that in Discord, please. I'll be interested to see how well you get away with those ones. You play with it regularly, and the camera. How does that work for you? It's all good. Okay, I'm going to wrap things up. We got 2 minutes and 42 seconds before apparently this next ad is going to run. I'm not looking to subject you guys to that. So let's see who is on tonight. Who we got going? We want to say hello to. You're doing 5 seconds. All right. I was trying to do 30 seconds on a flight back from Malaysia. That didn't work out too well. It only worked out with one shot out of dozens. And you're pretty, it's better than an iPhone, but Apple fanboys might try to string you up for that. Then, you know what? Just say it. Go for it. All right.
Eggs for a snack?
All right, I think let's have a little bit of a taster of Lego. I'm gonna send you guys over to Sapience. They look to be he's doing a little bit of a Lego build. So I think I hung out in his stream for a little while earlier in the week. So I think we'll send you guys over there. Send you guys over to a new channel. So for those of you who are subscribed to the channel, that is your raid message. For those of you who aren't, I got you covered. Don't worry. We're going to send you over to the Sapiens, another adult fan of Lego. So we'll check him out. I'm going to step away for a moment. I'll be back to hang out in his stream for a little bit there, and find out what is up with the computer as well. So I thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I will aim to get Elite Dangerous running because it looks like it's going to be a fun game. Tomorrow morning we'll be back 10 in the morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to do a little more Lego building. So until then, I'll send you guys over to Sapiens. Thank you so much for those who rated, for those who spent time with me, and those who subscribed to the channel, resubscribed, and donated bits. It is absolutely wonderful to have you guys in here. I will see you tomorrow morning. I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good evening, and we'll see you in a few hours. Take care.